Good morning. It's 10:02, and we'll go ahead and get the Division 3 work session started here. We have several topics today to get to know the department better. They're listed in the calendar. The first up is going to be the Office of the Commissioner, but let's take also, come on up. We'll also, just of note, at 2:30, we're going to begin a work session on HB 49, and I just was informed that that may have some conflict with a Democrat caucus at 3. So I just heard the data, and so I'm still processing what the implications are. I want to respect your need to caucus and balance that with the need to try to move the bill and the difficulty of getting Division 1 and 3 together at the same time. So that's what I'm going to be thinking about in background, and we could talk maybe at lunch or something about your thoughts on that. All right, so we're missing Representative Hull. I talked to him today, so I think he's alive. And Representative Nordgren is recovering. Oh, okay, good. And we've checked the streaming, and so Mr. White, why don't you open us up with the Office of the Commissioner, and if somebody could tell me exactly what budget page we're going to be looking at as we talk about the Office of the Commissioner.
It looks like it starts on page 1069.
1059. Page 1059. There's 900.
1069.
I'm sorry?
1069.
1069. Okay, I have a hearing issue. And for those watching at home, this is all online under the fiscal section. 1069. I got it. All right, I'm ready.
Excellent. Good morning, members of the committee, Mr. Chair. My name is Nathan White. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the Department of Health and Human Services. Today, we are beginning part 1 of 2 parts on the Office of the Commissioner. Our objective is to provide you with an oversight of all of the various operations that are performed within the Office of the Commissioner. If you turn to page 2 of the document in front of you, we'll be starting off with the Division of Finance and Procurement, and then I have Melissa St. Cyr here, the Chief Legal Officer, to discuss the Office of Legal and Regulatory Affairs. Christine Alexander, our Director of Human Resources, will follow that, and then Mike Lawless with the Employee Assistance Program. That's what we intend to cover today. On Friday, we'll be discussing or presenting on facilities, Office of Health Equity, IT, and the Division of Program Quality and Integrity.
So that's all good. At what point do you expect us to go taking plunges into the budget? Prior to the release of the governor's budget, we were heavily in the overview and no money discussion. Pretty much now we're heavy into the money discussion. So how do you see the interplay between this presentation and the budget numbers in front of us?
Sure. So within the presentation, we have identified the specific accounting information that we'll be referring to as we go through this. So my objective is to make it clear to the committee so that you can tie the activity or the operational function to that specific account. So rather than simply going through the governor's budget book without a lot of context, what we're going to be trying to do is really tie the function to the dollars and the accounting unit. That's my goal, and please let me know if we need to make modifications along the way.
All right, I'm ready.
Excellent. If you turn to page 3 of the presentation in front of you, I have a high-level overview of the Division of Finance and Procurement's mission. And the Division of Finance and Procurement, it actually falls within one single accounting unit. And we have both the financial functions as well as the contracting and procurement functions. If you turn to page 4, that is where you'll see the accounting unit. It's 5676, and in the governor's budget, it is on page 1071. And
That's genius, by the way. Thank you for putting the page numbers on there.
absolutely, absolutely. And as I said,
Now, if you could just pause
Sure.
for like 30 seconds, because I want to take a look at the numbers.
Absolutely.
Get my right side of the brain ready, or left, or so on 1071, I'm reading Office of Business Operations but I'm not seeing anywhere where it says Division of Finance and Procurement. Is the division within this office?
yeah, the entire division is within that accounting unit. And this is where through these presentations, what I want to try to do is connect that gap between the traditional accounting unit name and then the actual operations.
All right, good.
So,
Go ahead.
of course. So if you turn to page 5, what I've tried to do here is really chunk out the various functions that occur within accounting unit 5676. On the far side, think expenditures, and this is where a vast majority of the FTE work, and this is really the finance team. And within our division, we have finance directors, and each finance director oversees a specific division area. So we have a finance director that oversees the Division of Long-Term Supports and Services and the Division of Economic Stability. We have a finance director that oversees the Division for Children, Youth, and Families, and so forth and so on. And they're responsible for a variety of functions on a day-to-day basis, and this includes our surplus deficit projections, our AP management, contracting invoices, day-to-day account management, audit activities, year-end close, statutory reporting, and the list really continues. This is where a bulk of the financial work, this is where the financial work really takes place. We also have a revenue and reporting side of the house as well. One of the key functions there is our CMS 64 report. It's a quarterly report that we provide to the federal government. There's also, throughout the year, over 200 various reports are filed. Yes.
Okay, so I'm looking at page 1072, and I'm looking at kind of the middle of the page where it talks about numbers of positions, permanent, classified, unclassified, total number of positions. And so I read 158 is what is in the current budget. Do these numbers on page 5 add up to 158? I'm just doing a crosswalk, make sure we're all looking at the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Do some quick math here. They should.
Okay, so this slide represents the 24-25 request,
Correct.
and then it's not huge, but this is a gain of maybe 7% in manpower over the current budget. So are you also able to highlight for us on slide 5 where the additions are going?
So the rate setting team came over to the Division of Finance and Procurement. That was previously within the Division of Medicaid. There were also a few conversions of full-time temporary positions that were converted to full-time permanent positions. The presentation that I provided on Friday, I think one of the slides, I can't remember which one, we had a net reduction across the department of 20 positions total.
Okay, so to summarize, this isn't creeping bureaucracy. This is the movement of functions, and that you've actually taken a scalpel to reducing some of the FTEs. That's what's being represented here on page 5.
Yes, and so if I can speak to slide 5, just
Yeah.
to kind of talk about what's changed.
All right.
So on the revenue and reporting, they also, one of their key functions is the drawdown of federal funds. And then another unique feature about HHS is we have a public assistance cost allocation plan. And we have a few folks that manage that. And what that represents is it's a several hundred-page long document, and it articulates to the federal government the methodology that we use to allocate federal funds. So there's random moment studies that we have to keep track of for personnel that are working on certain functions so that we can pay them out of a certain grant. There's random time studies as well. There's a whole series of methodologies, and that team oversees that. The rate setting, to your point, is a function that we moved into finance and formalized. Previously, there was a function within the Medicaid team, but what we discovered was a real need to establish standardized approaches across the department for rate setting methodologies, because it's not just within the Division of Medicaid that applies.
So why would that? I'm going to come to Representative Wallner in just a second. Why? Okay, the governor's asked for 3.1% in Medicaid. Is that what this group of rate setting is meant to do? Is to take a look at that 3.1% recommendation and offer alternatives, or what? If it's just implementing 3.1% across the board, it doesn't seem like you need 5 people for that.
No, that the organizational change really had nothing to do with that at all. On a daily basis, whenever we have state plan amendment changes to the Medicaid program or waivers, these are the individuals that are deeply involved in that work. We'll be talking about residential treatment providers when Joe Ripsom from the Division of Children, Youth, and Family comes, and this team has been deeply involved in looking at the rates within the contracts as well. So that provision that we will likely see within HB2 that was referenced by the governor really has nothing to do with the organizational design of this, but they would certainly be involved in any of that work.
Okay, Representative Wallner. Just,
Thank you.
Get it closer to you if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, thank you. So this is, I've seen the budget quite a few times. So over the years, I think there's been a different way of doing this. And I remember in the past, each division had a I don't know if it was called a finance director or someone who did the finances. I think maybe in the last budget, we consolidated to all the division finance people being under this group.
So historically, there was a finance director that was tied directly to the division directly and within the program. A number of years ago, probably 6 or 8, something like that. A number of years ago, it's been a few biennia, where we've centralized that financial function. And part of that is, I mean, it's really by intentional design so that we can have consistent policies and procedures, consistent approaches across the department, because if we're working in silos, then naturally we would have different outcomes.
So my question is, so we moved from them being attached to the divisions and the work of those specific divisions to now coming into a finance department. What is the work? I mean, how do they work with the division? What kinds of day-to-day activity? They're no longer, we won't find finance people in each division's budget. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
So the division supervisors are not supervising the finance people.
Correct.
So talk to me about how that relationship works.
Sure. So I think each area, I mean, part of it just depends upon the relationship that the division director has with the financial director. But most areas have regular monthly update meetings, which are attended by bureau chiefs and the financial directors. We have monthly contracting meetings that are attended by the division director and the financial team to make sure that everybody is on the same page there. There's other regular update meetings that are attended by both parties. And then perhaps more importantly, just the necessities of day-to-day work require that those two parties be connected on a regular basis whenever we have a grant or a grant evaluation process for new competitive awards. That there's conversations that are occurring. So those are ongoing through a variety of various mediums.
So, do you think that this model allows the people who work in the divisions enough information? I mean, do they understand enough about the budget that of the work they're directing?
Yes, I would certainly say so. With the preparation of the subsequent presentations that you're going to be seeing in the coming weeks, the financial directors and the division directors have been working closely on the content of those. I'm also rolling out a new standardized initiative as well for monthly business meetings that retired some time ago. I think as a result of the pandemic, but those are actually going to be starting here in the coming weeks as well.
Okay, thank you.
So one of the common questions I'm going to be asking over and over, actually, I guess it's at least a couple, is what is our vacancy rate here, and which of these areas are going to be most affected by planned IT upgrades? Because we're trying to buy productivity with our IT upgrades, and I'd like to know where we're going.
So in the next couple of slides, I'm going to be addressing some of the IT initiatives that we have been working on that are supported. Roughly, I haven't checked today, but last I had checked, we were hovering right around 20 some odd percent, 20%, so 20 point something
A vacancy.
of vacancy in this area. We've been working hard, and you'll see in our challenges slide that I have up ahead, that is one of our bigger challenges and critical priorities from my perspective.
Okay, and when we get to the IT, it's going to link back to here and tell me which of these areas we're most likely to get productivity gains, so that in next budget we can see some declines in manpower.
So in my upcoming slides, I'm going to actually show you how some IT initiatives have increased efficiencies in this area.
Okay, thank you.
So on slide 5, we also have a centralized contracting function. And Representative Wallner, we also historically, this was also decentralized. The department centralized the contracting function probably about 8-9 years ago now, in order to standardize our contracting and gain efficiencies. And I'm going to demonstrate what those look like. And that group facilitates all of the requests for proposals, requests for applications, requests for bids, and other various solicitations, contracts, and amendments, and MOUs, and other various agreements. And then finally, we also have a grants management team. This team provides a lot of technical assistance across the department. As you know, many of the dollars that we do receive are federal funds. Federal Uniform Guidance is it's 2 CFR Part 200 applies to the use of almost all of our federal funds, and then every federal grant that we have also has additional requirements attached to that. This individual helps and assists, provides technical assistance and training both internally and to our vendors as well, to help navigate many of the federal rules and regulations, which can be complex. They also
So with only 2 FTEs there, I assume that you've got a cross training in place so that you have a contingency in case you lose 1 or 2 of these people.
So federal uniform guidance and such requirements are actually they're known by the finance directors and many of the financial managers as they implement and execute those on a day-to-day basis. So this individual really acts as a key repository of information and helps all the other individuals across the department interpret and effectuate those requirements.
So that's a yes then?
Yes, my verbose way.
Sometimes I do ask yes or no questions. So Representative Mooney?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. That CFR citation.
Yes.
That, first of all, I'm going to ask you what it was exactly so I can write it down. And then second of all, that regulates all federal funds received from or to DHHS?
Federal, it's commonly referred to as federal uniform guidance. There's a long history behind it. I won't go into it unless you really want me to. But essentially, was it probably 7 years ago, the federal government, they centralized all of their standards before they had various circulars out there that kind of contradicted each other, left some things vague. And so they centralized all of those requirements so that it would uniformly apply to a vast majority of the federal dollars that we do receive. And then through, if we have a federal award, there may be some additional requirements, reporting requirements, allowability uses, things of that nature that would apply to that specific grant. But it's 2 CFR Part 200. And one key part there that this individual helps oversee is a system for subrecipient monitoring. That's 2 CFR 200-331. And any award that we make to an organization or individual where they are a subrecipient, as defined within that section, there's certain requirements that we have to meet as far as managing and oversight of those dollars. So the grants management team also, they oversee the department's standardized system for evaluating competitive grants to make sure that A, the grant is in alignment with the department, B, there are adequate resources both on the programmatic, revenue reporting, financial, contracting, and all other resources that would be involved with the management of that grant. So we try to really thoughtfully, before we go and apply for something, make sure that it aligns with the mission and will result in positive outcomes.
So my eyes have drifted up on page 1072 to the revenue lines where it's federal and general, and most of this is general. So is there a matching requirement at all in this money, or is this just that we happen to be able to cost allocate to some federal money and then we're supplementing with general?
We are able to primarily cost allocate. I'm just going to turn to, if you turn to the budget briefing book.
I'm on 1072. Is
Yep.
that? Yeah.
So in front of you, there's the PowerPoint presentation, and then at the back of that is the budget briefing book. And if you turn to page 2 of that document, the budget briefing book includes all of our accounts that are in excess of $1 million. And what we've included there, if you scroll down about midway, you'll see the funding source. And we have listed all of the various funding sources that feed into 5676.
Okay, so to go back to my question, I think what as I'm looking at this funding source segment in the Office of Business Operations, this revenue, this is not matching money.
No.
This is cost allocation that we can apply to some general funds,
Yes.
but federal funds, but then we have to supplement it with general funds to ensure the thing can operate. But
Yes.
there's no matching requirement here in this revenue line.
Primarily, no. We do have one MOU that's funded out of Class 102 that has a matching requirement. But if you're talking about personnel and other class lines,
Well, the total budget, I mean, this is all agency income to pay for this Office of Business Operations.
Yes. With the exception of one MOU, it's cost allocated. The one MOU is a match.
Without an exact number, about what's the value of that MOU?
I believe it's 350,000.
I'm sorry,
350,000.
350?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Of course. Turning to slide 6, and this is speaking to your earlier question, Chairman Edwards. These are some of the key accomplishments that the team has had during the current biennium. We are in the process of implementing a budget business intelligence tool. Historically, and anyone that attends fiscal committee has probably heard this conversation. Historically, we have had a challenge projecting our revenue estimates. This system will allow us to do that. It's also, it should be live here, hopefully by the end of this week. It will also allow me to pretty easily provide the committee with any questions. So last week, Representative Wallner, you had asked the question of where are TANF funds budgeted. This system will actually allow us in a couple of clicks to create a visual image and show every accounting unit and the dollars attached to that area. So this is something that the team has been working on diligently for a long time now, and we are about to see it come to fruition. The centralization of the rate setting team, I already spoke to that. I won't go into that too much. We are also in the process on the contracting side, and this really speaks to that efficiency. So if we spend money on IT, so what? What does it matter if we're not getting anything out of it? And I have a couple of slides after this that's going to show you some of the benefits that we've had through some of the various IT improvements that we've implemented on the contracting side. And we are trying to finalize right now a contract lifecycle management system for the development of our contracts. And then we are also in the process of migrating what has historically been an Excel-based solution. It's a database of sorts. I wouldn't call it a database because it's not relational, but it's an Excel file nonetheless, into a web-based application to standardize, streamline, allow transparency and better information sharing. We have also implemented in Safe Fiscal Year 22 a finance academy, and this team, and some are informally attached to it. We do have one full-time person working on this. This team is actively working to standardize our internal processes and establish dynamic training so that they're recorded, they're updated on a regular basis, so that when we have new staff come on board, we're able to teach them through an online series of trainings. This is how travel reimbursements works. This is how cost allocation 101 works. This is how you should fill out a 170 form. All of, just the day-to-day to really capture that information so that we can start to plan for the future. Because if you turn to the, wait a minute. Because we do face within finance, we do have a number of senior staff that have been here for quite some time, and in the next couple of years they will be able to retire. So what we're starting to do is to try to plan for that retirement and that deep loss of knowledge, and standardize what they know into some of the systems that we have, so that there is not a complete knowledge gap when those individuals do indeed retire in the coming years. Yes.
So by the way, I think you're doing a great job. So if you're nervous or anything, you don't look nervous, but just you're doing a great job. Okay, this budget business intelligence tool.
Yes.
I imagine, because it says budget and the purpose you've stated here, that is the total potential of the scope of that intelligence tool. And let me give you some background on that. Because DHHS sits on a tremendous amount of data, and companies are moving more and more to a data warehouse concept where they can do data mining, and they use the phrase business intelligence to imply that they can go data mine their entire data warehouse. And I just want to know where we're going with this tool. If this tool is specifically for the financial analysis, or is it a vendor-supported tool that can do more?
So it has yet to go live, but it will be going live soon. My plan is to utilize this right now, anyway, both as far as regular updates to the fiscal committee when it comes to revenue reporting. Right now, we're able to project expenditure lapse in.
Okay, I'm not focused on within the finance area. I'm not talking about that. I really only want to know if it's positioned to where it will extend beyond, have a scope beyond the financial analysis.
To be candid, I haven't contemplated that.
That's fine. It's a geek question, so we can skip.
It's a great question, though. I mean, we'll keep that in mind as we move forward and roll it out. But I don't yet know, to be candid.
Okay, well, Mr. Wieters will be in here, so hopefully I'll remember to ask him. Thank you.
Sure. So if you turn to slide 7, I had made reference to this in one of our earlier presentations. We centralized our contracting function, and again, this all falls within Accounting Unit 5676. And over the past 5 years, that team has been under an enormous amount of organizational change, where we reorganized the bureau. We reclassified our positions to better. We conducted an analysis of every function that they perform. What are all of the products? What are the RFPs, the contracts, use of premises agreements? We dug really deep and we conducted all of that analysis, and then we built that Excel-based system that I was just talking about that we're now migrating to the cloud to more of a web-based system. We also implemented DocuSign e-signature during the pandemic. We basically rolled that out in about 2 months, design and implementation. And we took what used to be a process that literally involved us mailing a document, them signing it, mailing it back, somebody driving it downtown to the AG's office, signing it, bringing it back. We cut that down from days and weeks to 27 minutes as our record by implementing that. And so the contract lifecycle management piece that we are in the process of designing and rolling out and testing right now, that will basically streamline the creation of contracts, so that instead of using an email-based system, where you have 3 different versions of the same file, this will have standardized templates. You'll input key data. It'll pre-populate standard forms, and then there'll be a flow where I can send it to this person. It automatically gets moved on to this person, and we're really excited about how much faster we expect that to make the process go. On slide 8, this is the total projects approved during state fiscal years 2019-2022 by the contracts unit. You'll see in 2019 and 2020, we had roughly the same number. 2021 was a bit of an anomaly. Think of that as the pandemic years. That was a really busy time where many of the standard rules were actually removed, and the need to get contracts stood up for vaccine sites and security at the sites. And I won't go into it, but long story short, think of that as an anomaly. But what you'll see within 2022 is some of the efficiencies gained. We are producing and getting more items approved and before GNC at a faster rate than we ever have historically. And so that's really measuring total contracts approved volume-wise. On slide 9, you'll see kind of the trend, and this is the average days for processing time. So back in 2018, it was taking about 142 days, and this includes our RFPs, our contracts, our MOUs, amendments, everything in totality. Again, 2021 was a bit an anomaly, so you can kind of take that out. But even if you take 2021 out, you'll still see that downward trend in efficiency, so that we've gone from 142 days down to 95 days. Our goal is to continue that trend with the implementation of contract lifecycle management, because as we've already discussed, we rely on many of our contractors for many of the services provided to the state citizens, and this is a key vital function to make it as efficient as possible.
I think we have a couple questions here.
Yes.
Would you also be able to map on this? I'm not asking you to. I'm asking if you would be able to map the total number of sole source contracts or the percentage of sole source contracts? Because I assume sole source contracts take much less processing time than the full competitive route. So my guess on 21 is that we had a higher percentage of sole source contracts. So yes or no, do you think you have the data that you could map what the percentage of sole source contracting is?
We could certainly map the percentage of new sole source contracts. If you talk about sole source amendments, that where the rules actually changed over the past 3 years twice, so that data would be a little bit more meaningless.
So are the amendments in this graph though on page 9?
Yes, we've averaged everything out into that figure.
All right, thank you. Representative Wallner, did you have a question?
Yes. So, in 21, I mean, I see on page 8 that you did considerably more contracts. I assume was that ARPA money?
It was ARPA money. It was CARES dollars. It was a variety of the funds that we were receiving from the federal government. But that was primarily the pandemic response. That's why that increase is there.
So are most of those contracts now, are we almost to the end of most of those contracts?
Last I had checked, a vast majority of those contracts, and so if you think back to that time, to have like a single vaccine site stood up, it was supported probably by 7 or 8 contracts alone, and we had those across. We also had agreements with first responder organizations across the state, both public and nonprofit, as well, to provide staffing, so think that was probably, I don't know off the top of my head, probably 70, 80, 100, agreements that we had in place there. And it was really an anomaly of a year.
Yeah. So you anticipate dropping back down in the numbers of contracts that we're negotiating back down to more, I don't know, in the area of 800 instead of, looks like you're up to 1,200.
So the needs and demands, and remember, this also includes amendments, but the speed of our business, historically, I don't necessarily know whether we've been able to meet all of that through amendments as quickly as we should have been. And so I don't necessarily know if the past is a good indicator of the future, just depending on what does transpire, whether there's a hospital surge, a new variant, whatever it might be, or a homeless initiative or an opioid crisis. All of these things can have a direct impact on the number of amendments. So if we have to amend the community mental health center agreements 3 times for some reason in a year, that'll really bump that up 30 instead of just 1 or 3.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
So dipping back to page 8 for just a second, I can understand this correlation between the activity and the point in the budget cycle that we're in. Again, a yes or no. Are you all looking to see if there's potential that could be followed to smooth this so that you don't get use it or lose it scramble at the end of the budget year?
Yes, and I almost wish I included a slide I normally include when I present on contracting. So back in 2018, as I described it, we would have the roller coaster effect, where every April, May, and June, we would push through hundreds of contracts and agreements. And so back on the prior slide where I was talking about some of the initiatives that the team had engaged in, one of them was an annual forecasting initiative that was a very methodological approach where we would provide every division director, this is your list of contracts that are expiring in 10, 11 months. What's the plan? And the current director within contracts, Robert Moore, he has since implemented a recurring future procurement kind of initiative where we're having regular feedback to avoid that kind of spiraling effect where everything comes due. And so I actually have charts where instead of seeing this, we start to see that kind of smoothing number to get to that more consistent, reliable, regular production, quote unquote, production environment, if you were to take an industrial approach to it, that should be occurring. But it's taken years and a tremendous amount of work to get there. Yep. Okay. So finally, on page 10, some of our key challenges, this will come as no surprise given our past conversation. We do sometimes have challenges for our entry level positions on the finance side, where the salaries aren't sufficient to attract and or retain staff. Experience is difficult for some of our mid to senior level positions. Finding the right experience is a challenge. As I already noted earlier, we do have some retirements that are on the horizon. Some of our key financial director positions could become vacant here in the coming years. And then, just from a organizational perspective, and I was involved with much of the work on the contract side. I like to tinker and reorganize things to meet the business need, and that can sometimes be a challenge within the classification system that we have.
So the governor's proposing a 10% across the board pay raise. Is that going to ameliorate these issues, or are you still needing something else to address some of these concerns?
I don't have any data to support this, but my hunch would be that 10% in the first year, 2% in the second year would certainly get us to a place a lot closer to where we need to be.
Representative Hull, and then Representative Verf, and then Representative Wallner.
Thank you. Use the word tinker. I like that. The engineer in me is coming up. So I'm thinking about in terms of quality of employee versus efficiency in broad terms. Is there a sweet spot where less staff that are better is a more effective team in some of these? And when I'm looking at entry level and mid senior level positions, right? How do we get to that paradigm if in fact that is a better solution?
I think there are certain positions that where you need a person, and I don't necessarily know. I'm going to have to think about. I think it's a great question. I don't think that I've performed the qualitative and quantitative analysis necessary to really give you an answer I can rely on. I think I'd really need to take that one back and think about that harder.
Follow up. There are certain positions, right? Entry level positions, right? Whether it's handling, processing of forms, those things that are far more, right? Straight labor content. But the management team directly above that first level makes a huge difference to how effective that group is. And that's where I'm trying to focus, right? That first tier of managers can be either very effective at running their team or not so effective. Sure. And I think my impression is, right, these are still hourly employees and we might be able to do better. So if there's room for improvement, please let us know.
I think one of the challenges that we have is, given the workloads that we have, many of our managers or even our finance directors, and I think this, you'll probably hear some of this from other division directors, we're sometimes, because we are short 20% staff, that work still has to be completed, and that has to be picked up by class specs that maybe should otherwise be doing other higher level work or future planning, things of that nature, to really try to get out of that. I don't want to call it a reactive cycle, but I think what I'm speaking to. I can certainly take that back and consider, but I think right now the finance team is really straight out, frankly.
Representative Verf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding your entry-level bullet point, would it be more efficient to target increases in pay to the areas where they're, for instance, you mentioned here, most needed?
So I know the Department of Personnel, I don't know if have they presented to House Finance on the standard occupancy code overhaul that they're working on? Okay. And I don't know if it would be beneficial to have the Department of Administrative Services kind of speak to the work that they have been doing. So they have been looking at the, I don't know how many it is, 972 classifications. And just for everyone's understanding, every job in the state has a classification. So there's a program specialist 1, a program specialist 2, a program specialist 4, and then there's various job, kind of skills that are required for each of those. And then those classifications are tied to a labor grade. And so there could be 50, classifications that are at labor grade 25. I don't know. I'm just kind of pulling that off the top of my head. But what they have been working on is concurrently, what they have been working on is taking those 975 or whatever they are and putting those into standard occupancy codes, which I believe are issued by the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, which will cut that down, I think, roughly 170 or something like that. So but I don't know all of the details, but I know that effort is being undertaken to try to simplify the system and get to some of what you're speaking to, Representative Irf. So I don't know if it'd be best to have the Department of Administrative Services speak to that initiative. But
So let me ask you that question. We have some work sessions open to us for scheduling in March, I think. Is this a topic that you would like to have DAS come in and brief specifically on what they've done on relooking personnel classifications?
If it's relevant to the discussion about increasing salaries across the board relative or not, or doing something more targeted, such as seems to be implied in this bullet point. Sure.
Yeah, it seems to me like kind of obvious. If we're going to try to target, we need to talk to DAS and ask them what we already know. So Mr. Ripple, what do you think? Can we schedule them to come in March?
I can schedule that. Would you want them to come in just to Division 3, or do you think we should try for a full committee meeting?
Let's start with the Division 3 and invite, and if we get interest, we'll let full finance adopt it. But we have so many of these kinds of things in Division 3 that we may be able to keep them busy for an
Okay.
hour.
Sure.
Did you have a follow-up, either Representative Hull or Irf? Okay, then Representative Wallner.
Thank you. So I've been trying to really understand the 10% increase that was in the governor's budget for wages and salaries. So the 10%, if you have an entry level job that is empty right now, if you could find, once the 10% goes in, once you could find someone to fill that position, they would have gotten the 10% because the wages would have all gone up 10%.
I have not seen the HB2 provision yet, but my understanding is yes, that would go ahead and apply to those positions. I believe as it's going to be effective is July 1.
Okay. So even positions that are not filled now will still have built into them a 10% wage. Okay.
Yes,
Thank
that's
you.
my understanding.
Thank you.
Another shot at it?
Sure. Apparently, I need more coffee. So on this 10%, and Representative Irf was kind of heading there, right? It's applied uniformly across all personnel with little discretion to management on other than maybe step increases or position changes in terms of helping motivate, incentivize the key players. What can we do as a committee to help, right, make sure, right, upper management within DHHS can retain and grow the key players that are doing the getting the work done that you guys want done?
So, I mean, I think we're really getting to that statewide policy discussion here, and I think every department's going to have a different perspective. I just want to be sensitive to the statewide policy because it's not only impacting DHHS. I mean, we have a classified system. The Division of Personnel has oversight over that. I know that there's a collective bargaining agreement that has to be taken into consideration as well. So I think it would be difficult to make any sort of broad policy statements on my part, just to keep in mind kind of like separation of powers, like executive branch versus legislative branch setting the policy. That I think that's just my only concern there.
So, Mr. Ripple, that answer just made me rethink my earlier answer, and we should go ahead and tee it up for full finance.
Okay, I'll see if I can schedule that.
All right, thanks. Time check. How much time did we think we needed, or you needed for this? And because it's probably already taken longer than you anticipated.
I think we're doing okay. We have licensing and regulatory services up next if we're ready to move on.
I don't want to rush you, though. I mean, I have been rushing you, but oh, they are right next. So that's a good segue. Okay. God, I love this. You guys are so squared away with the page numbers.
Hi there.
Hi.
Good morning. Melissa St. Cyr. I'm the Chief Legal Officer for the department, and I oversee the Office of Legal and Regulatory Services. So I'm going to be here with you for for our kind of next two chunks. So the first chunk being licensing and regulatory services, which includes both childcare licensing and health facilities licensing and certification.
You're going to be telling us how this relates to what OPLC does and what the distinctions are between.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely. Happy to do so. So you'll see on the first page, the first slide, which is slide 11, that we have 3 accounting units, activity accounting units for this, childcare licensing being one, health facility administration being one, and community residences. So we'll take those one at a time. So childcare licensing ensures all center-based, family-based, and also residential-based childcare centers are licensed in the state. So it's a health and safety regulatory oversight of those centers. We have New Hampshire statute, we have administrative rule, and there is also a federal component related to criminal background checks and other things that are involved in childcare licensing. We also oversee, which is new to the department for the last 2 years, recreational camps. So basically youth summer camps. That was something that the Department of Environmental Services had before, and now it's with the Department of Health and Human Services under childcare licensing. Health facilities administration is our other component, and health facilities, so there's 2 components under that, licensing and certification. So certification really has to do with certifying for payment. Although it's regulatory in nature, we're looking at Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, basically their regulations, and we're ensuring that they're in compliance with those regulations so that they can receive Medicare and Medicaid funding. So although we don't actually look at anything related to money at these buildings, we look at health and safety. They have to qualify. They have to be be in compliance with those regulations to be able to receive that funding. And if they do receive that funding, then they can get licensed. Or if they do receive that certification, then they can get licensed. There are other health facilities, though, that are also licensed outside of certification. Assisted living facilities, for example, adult daycare centers. Those centers don't take Medicare and Medicaid services. They are usually private pay only. And in those situations, they only fall under state regulations and state laws because they're only receiving state funding. They're not getting Medicare and Medicaid funding. And so that's the difference between licensing and certification. And we have one other, and I can answer your question in 1 second. We have one other certification, which is our community residences. So people that have developmental disabilities or acquire brain disorders live in community residences. So basically residents in the community that they are cared for, and we certify those residents that they are in compliance with with health and safety standards so that they can receive payment from our DD funding or ABD funding to get that funding. So they have to be obviously in compliance with our certification standards. So those are kind of our buckets, if that makes sense.
So I skimmed ahead on,
Sure.
on your slide deck, and
Of course.
I missed it if it's in here. On your child care licensing,
Yes.
this is the availability of child care in general is being mentioned as a workforce issue, that there's not enough childcare availability. Is there anything about what's going in and going on in the childcare licensing area that is a roadblock or another contributing factor to the challenges of making sure we have enough childcare providers in the state?
So our Child Development Bureau is really responsible for the development of childcare in New Hampshire, and that's under long-term supports and services, I believe. Right, long-term support. Economic housing stability. Sorry, wrong division. So they deal with kind of the development of childcare and making sure that there's enough funding and those type of things for them to sustain. Our regulatory arm is the kind of safety and health components to caring for somebody in childcare. So when we create our rules, our state regulatory and licensing rules, we always engage our stakeholders fully to make sure that we are not being overly burdensome, but also being protective of the children that are within their care. So that's something that we do, and we engage with our providers all of the time. If there's barriers or roadblocks or things that they think that from a regulatory perspective that we have to look at, we will analyze and see if there's a way for us to kind of lessen those regulations. There is a federal component. All childcare centers in the state of New Hampshire have to comply with the criminal record check component, which is a federal requirement. So we just execute that. We don't have any say into kind of what goes into that. And I know that that's one kind of bigger barrier, that they feel like that process is overly burdensome, because to work in a childcare center, you have to get an FBI check, and you have to get fingerprinting, and you have to go through a DCWF registry check. And if you've lived in another state within the last 5 years, you have to get registry checks and criminal background checks from that area as well. So that process is over involved, and it's something that we don't really have a way to change it. Although we've advocated with the federal government, we don't have a way to change it. So that, I think, is one of the kind of bigger issues when it comes to onboarding staff at a childcare center.
So that strikes me as an area where most parents wouldn't want to cut back anyways, right? I mean, you want to make sure that the people interacting with your kids are not
Absolutely.
criminals, right?
Absolutely. And we've streamlined the process really well to ensure that, you know, what happens is they are able to onboard as long as they get their fingerprints and their federal background check in. And then the other components of the process can take longer, and so we have 45 days to comply with the rest of it. So what we've done internally to ensure that they're getting onboarded as soon as possible is that we've worked very closely with the Department of Safety to ensure that the fingerprints and all those results get to us really quickly. We're able to turn it around right now within about 48 hours, which is very helpful. So it's not a burden, but it is a lot of work for the child care center.
Representative Wallner, did you have a question here?
Well, I was just going to ask about the background checks, because I think that's been one of the real problems in the last year, at least in childcare, is waiting on these background checks. And so you think now you've gotten it down. I mean, people were waiting weeks, months, sometimes for them to come back.
Yeah, and
So-
I think some of it was just education. People have always been able to be onboarded as soon as their federal check was done, but they weren't always, getting the paperwork or expediting that part of the process, right? And so understanding that that's something, hey, if you do this really quickly and you get this done now, we can make sure you're eligible right away. Then there's that 45-day component where we have to do all the other checks, the registry checks, out of state stuff. So people didn't understand, I think, that they could be onboarded prior to, and that they have to work under supervision while they're still waiting for the rest of that to be done. But I think that there was just a lot of communication, a lot of education that needed to happen. And so that has been going really, really well.
So for a while you were doing waivers, I believe,
Yes. Yeah.
and you stopped doing the waivers maybe in December.
Yes, we were told by the federal government that waivers were not allowed. We can't waive federal law, so unfortunately, we were not able to do that any longer.
And I know that many childcare providers were really very concerned at
Yes.
that point.
Yeah.
Because even though I do think they did understand how to do the paperwork, I think there was a real concern about how long it was going to take without getting those waivers. I mean, the waivers had been good because they had let people start
Right.
work as soon as they got the fingerprints, but So now you're saying you can do them within 48 hours.
Yeah, and we always have. I think people thought that the waiver was something that they needed for the entirety of their the 45-day period, that they were receiving the waivers for that entire period. They really weren't. Their waiver was just for that short 48-hour period while we were waiting for the fingerprint check to come in. So once people understood that and that we were able to actually get them that information and get them their clearance by that time, that has helped a lot, I think, with just, onboarding and making sure that people can get into these childcare centers ASAP.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Hull.
Thank you, Chairman. How much on this federal background check is being done through federal agencies versus the New Hampshire gun line?
It's all done through New Hampshire. It has to be done through the Department of Safety. And so they do all of the federal check. And then we do just the out of state kind of stuff and the DCYF registry check.
So, this would all go through Division 1, I assume, right? In terms of making sure that the appropriate staffing is there to handle this?
Yes, Department of Safety has been working very hard on making sure that this is done in a timely way from their perspective as well.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on from health facilities licensing and certification, I explained the differences between those, and then also community residences. There is one other thing that I just want to note, and that has to do with life safety, which is on page 14 of the slide deck. Our life safety and health facilities construction and renovation staff were all located within the Department of Health and Human Services, and they have been for 25 years probably. We have to have life safety inspectors, and essentially those individuals are not only required through CMS certification, but also required through licensing, that we are reviewing the environment, we're reviewing fire safety, making sure that sprinkler checks are happening and fire drills are happening, and ensuring that people are in their environment are safe. And what we also did, though, which was a little bit outside of, I think, the scope of DHHS, is working on construction plans for new healthcare facilities. So you'll see, I believe it's in HB2, that we are going to be moving our health facilities construction plans reviewer position over to the fire marshal's office. Right now, we have to work with the fire marshal's office. If we ever see anything that's kind of askew or something that requires a waiver, we have to get that approval from the fire marshal's office anyways. And so now taking this kind of health facilities construction plans review positions and putting them over at the fire marshal's office, that will streamline the process. Have the somebody who wants to open a new healthcare facility, have that go directly to the fire marshal's office, get the waivers, get the approvals that they need, and then we pick up, once they're licensed, we pick up the review of the fire drills and the sprinkler systems and all of those kind of life safety components.
Is there any potential in these certifications to rely more heavily on self-certification with a less frequent state periodic check? And we could slap some major criminal penalties for a false self-certification. Have you guys thought about that?
So we're not able to do that for much of our certification. We're required through certification to ensure CMS and the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services wouldn't allow us to not comply with all of those regulatory components. And part of that is the annual checks and those type of things. We have attempted through our recovery housing, which is not under this, but it is something that's under the department, to do a self-certification. And at this point, it's something that we have. This is kind of the first time we've tried that, so we're going to have to see how that goes and make some adjustments because there is a fine line between kind of recovery housing and then substance use treatment centers, which are residential in nature, and they would actually be licensed. So there's these two components right now, and we're moving through that process to see how that looks.
Representative Wallner.
Thank you. I'm sure that within all of these documents that are being provided, I could find this information, but I wondered how many facilities in each of these categories are you licensing?
Yep. So I did you pull that? Hold on one second. I do have
within here
I did
someplace.
have it. Page. We'll get there. I promise.
I
Yes,
can wait.
if
I
you look
can
at
wait until we
page-
come to it.
Page 22. This has a lot of information on the legal bureau and all the other units that I haven't discussed yet. But the very first one, you'll see childcare licensing. Right now, there's 726 family and center-based, 23 residential programs, and 18 licensed exempt facilities, serving over 46,700 children. And then we have also the number of expected youth recreational camps. And then for health facilities, 967 facilities. And it tells you how many complaints we've processed and then how many certified homes there are. And those are the community residence homes. And I think that's pretty much it. That's your information.
Great, thank you.
Yep. You're welcome.
And then, are you going to talk to us about your vacancy rates and if any of these areas can be streamlined, made more productive with automation?
Certainly. I was planning to say that at the end, but I can go over now for health facilities and childcare licensing if you'd like.
I don't want to throw you too far off your
Okay.
prepared remarks.
Great. So if everyone's comfortable, I can move on to the Bureau of Legal Services.
Okay.
Great. So there's many components to legal services, as you can see in the counting units on page slide deck 15. We have general counsel. Under general counsel, there's lots of different components, not just general counsel. We have the operation support administration. I'm not sure exactly what the separation is between those two. We have 2 ombudsman's offices. Yes. We have 2 ombudsman's offices and we have an administrative appeals unit as well and legislative services. So they are all in one of these sections throughout. So as you can see on slide 16, general counsel, this is a very, very high level overview. We have obviously a lot of litigation within the department. So we represent the department in court. We represent the department at administrative forums related to personnel, any kind of administrative appeals, hospital commitments, guardianships, pursuing debt owed to the state, and more. And general counsel does a lot of advising. So similar to how finance is structured, we have a general counsel bureau that is dedicated to each of the divisions within the department. And some of them cover multiple divisions. Some of them, kind of tag team certain divisions, because if we have multiple court hearings on a day, one's, heading out to New Hampshire Hospital to do an appeal there, and another one might have something to do somewhere at the courts, a guardianship or whatnot. And so we really cross-train and make sure that we can efficiently cover all of the things that we need to cover within that day. So we have even though they are dedicated, we do have a lot of cross training that goes on and a lot of people that help in different areas. So there's lots of things here, obviously, auditing, advising on internal and external audits, responding to lawsuits, federal compliance, policies, state laws and rules, investigating personnel concerns, responding to right to know requests, which are a huge part, unfortunately, of the work that we do, contracts and procurement, obviously advising on those type of things, HIPAA compliance, promulgating administrative rules, and that's just some of what the legal department does.
So as I'm looking at page 15, I'm seeing a couple of ombudsman lines,
Yes.
but I'm not seeing a slide writing up what they do.
Yes, we'll get there. That's actually further in
Oh,
the slides.
Okay.
Yep.
I guess I stopped when I saw the PDAB.
Sorry. Yeah, it's on it's on slide deck 21,
Slide 21.
the 2 ombudsman's offices.
Okay. All right. You go, Representative Tulersky.
Thank you. Just a quick clarification.
Of course.
Is the general counsel office handling the Sununu Center lawsuit situation, or is that removed?
So it's removed to an extent. The Attorney General's office represents the department in litigation matters. So if the department is sued, that the Attorney General's office represents the department. However, there's lots of discovery. So if there are documents and things like that, so those are kind of poured through at the department by the program staff and legal to ensure that we're responsive to the discovery requests and providing the appropriate information.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So as I understand the Sununu, if you're a victim, you have two doors you can walk through. You can walk through the fast, more efficient route of going through the settlement fund, or you could decide that doesn't work for you and you can go do a full-blown lawsuit. It's my understanding that if they go through the settlement fund, it's much less time and paperwork and effort for everyone involved than in a full-blown lawsuit.
So there is a actual entity that's not affiliated with DHHS that has been designated for handling the settlement fund, and then there's the Attorney General's office who's handling the litigation side of things. So if people are doing the lawsuit, so although from a department perspective, our responsibility is gathering the information, ensuring that we're being responsive to the discovery requests and assisting with those type of things. The time and the processing all happens outside of the department. So I can't really speak to your question.
Okay, I guess I just wanted to point out that there's still two different ways somebody could go.
Great. So as part of also the Bureau of Legal Services, we have two kind of offshoot units, child support and DCYF counsel. Child support is responsible for establishing paternity and establishment and enforcement of child support and medical support orders. So we have a lot of attorneys who represent the state essentially in these matters and ensuring that individuals are getting their child support, and that we're also enforcing those if anyone is not compliant with the child support order. And then we provide general counsel as well. That unit provides general counsel to the Office of Child Support Program, which is through the Economic and Housing Stability Division as well. And then DCYF counsel is representing the department in protecting the safety and well-being of children. And that is administratively attached to the department. So we help them with kind of the administrative needs, but their direction is taken through by the Attorney General's office. So we're related, but we're not. It's kind of a dotted line to the department, but they are in our budget.
I think Representative Mooney, you have a question there?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here. Regarding caseloads, what is the average case count per employee of your division? That's number one. And number two is overtime. I'm looking at that, and I can imagine what big firm life is like and dealing with these cases and these very critical and important matters. How would you describe overtime for your department so that everything is done efficiently and as well thoroughly? Thank you.
Sure. So on slide deck 22, you can see our caseloads vary based off of what exactly we handle. So you'll see there's a general counsel tab. General counsel, that we broke some of that down, right to know requests, 350 or so a year. Our estate recoveries annually recovers about 6.4 million a year. That is placing liens and going to court and trying to get some of our money back to recover some of that. Client legal services is a office that's identified and created through statute that receives complaints for those in the disability developmental disability program and other things in the department. So they take about 63 complaints. Human resource complaints, you'll see AAU approximately 150. We promulgate about 80 rules every year, 320 probate commitments, 75 guardianships. And then if you just take general client counsel matters, other than kind of the day-to-day stuff, general client counsel matters, about 300 or so that need a legal memo or need, some type of document, some type of legal analysis that requires a production. And then DCYF, we have 8,000 hearings roughly and about 10,000 open investigations at this time. Child support, we average about 220 hearings a month. And HIPAA, we have roughly about 160 instances that we have to investigate and log and ensure that we're, doing all of the investigatory work that we need to do. As for your question related to how the department has progressed, I think that we have seen an uptick in complaints and other things that we have to investigate. Obviously, federal law changes, state law changes, all of those things impact the department and impact every bureau that we deal with. So as you can imagine, over the last 3 years, there's been a significant shift in the way that we operate and the way that we have been able to do things. And now we even have like the unwind, which we're unwinding Medicaid, and that impacts the department. So there's always new things that come up. And I think that although we've remained fairly steady, we have seen a general uptick in all of these things, including, responding to right to know requests and the breadth of those right to know requests and the amount of documents we have to gather and ensure we're in compliance with the request. So, it is, although the legal unit has not a significant vacancy rate right now, it is, and I'm speaking just for general counsel. DCYF is a totally different story, but for general counsel, we haven't seen a huge vacancy rate. We still are very, very busy. Everyone is working many, many hours. So it is a challenge, but they're a great group of people.
Thank you very much. I can imagine the workload. So I'm looking at page 1079, specifically item 018, the overtime there, variances. Any sort of an explanation with regards to that in relation to the answer that was just given?
So that is Health Facilities Administration overtime that you're asking about? I'm sorry, am I in the wrong?
Okay, I meant to look at then at legal and regulatory services.
Yeah, so if you go right down, it's 5146. So this is specifically to Health Facilities Administration, which is part of the Office of Legal and Regulatory Services.
Okay, then for the overtime in your office then is line, I guess I'm down a bit.
1080.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sorry, your question?
Okay,
Oh, sure.
5680.
Sorry.
Okay, that's more consistent
Yeah.
than with what you're talking. Thank you very much.
Of course.
And I think one important thing to point out there, that within that accounting unit, you do have your classified in your class 10, and then you have your unclassified positions in class 12, and they don't receive overtime. And another thing that you may not necessarily see here as well, in certain areas that don't budget overtime, they provide them comp time so that you work, you work 5 extra hours that week. At some point, 6 months down the road, you can take those, or maybe not 6 months, but hypothetically, you take 5 hours off so that it's an equivalent amount of time off instead of receiving compensation.
Representative Irv.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to say the relationship between your slides and the briefing book and the budget is phenomenal. It's really great to have it all tied together like this. So regarding 5683 in the budget book, page 18, the financial summary talks about caseloads and in particular cost per case. And I note that in your request, the cost per case is sort of similar to what it is during this current biennium. But in the governor's budget, it jumps up a fair bit to $927/$956 per case. Is there any idea why the governor popped that up?
I apologize. Could you
it's
clarify
just-
which page you're on?
Page 18 of the briefing,
page
of the
18.
briefing book, I'm sorry. And this is a great thing, this piece of information.
Sure. So I mean, I can speak generally to what we're seeing at the department. There's the cases that we've been dealing with have been significant. As you know, the YDC case is one of those that that has already been mentioned today. We have 3 other kind of very big lawsuits right now that are impacting the amount of discovery that we're required to do, as well as the just overall how much time and money and energy we have to put into responding to these matters. We do have also from the AAU, we have 5 temporary positions that we've added, and those temporary positions I can get to later, but they are part of the Medicaid unwind. So our Medicaid unwind requires that when we unwind and take people off of benefits, that they have the right to an appeal. And to handle the amount of appeals that we're expected, we created 5 temporary part-time positions that will likely span this entire year and maybe into early next year, so that we can handle the appeals in a timely way. And so those 5 positions are in this line item.
So basically, may I continue? So basically, between the time you put the agency request in and the governor's budget, these new things
Correct.
became, okay, thank you.
So I'm sitting here thinking through an earlier statement that we're seeing caseloads increase on in DCYF and right to know complaints and the like. And I'm trying to understand what the causative factors might be. And so do we have a more sensitive community that's knowing more about how to file a complaint? Do we have a worsening in services that are triggering more complaints? Are we keeping track of historical trends on the percentages of cases or complaints that we find to be valid versus not valid at the end of the day? Because internally, I would think that sort of a trend line would be a nice warning sign to management that maybe something's wrong. And so that's all one question, if you could
Sure.
figure out how to answer it.
Sure, of course. So we did see a significant uptick related to the COVID pandemic, the right to know requests from a whole host of people. And those right to know requests can come from, clearinghouses, people that are trying to just get information so that they can put it on their website, right? And we have the ability, we have the responsibility to provide information. So we still see a large number related to the pandemic and getting numbers from the department. And sometimes they're very broad. They just kind of say, give us everything you have. And so we have to go back to them and limit them in scope and take some time to do that. So yes, I definitely think there's an uptick from the pandemic. We just, over the last year and a half or so, have implemented legal files at our department. So we didn't actually have a file management system from a legal perspective until that time. And so in implementing that, we have been able to, in real time, kind of get this information, log these, whether it's a complaint, whether it's a right to know request or whatnot, get them into the system and track and trend. So I don't have a ton of historical data other than kind of on paper, things that we used to use on Excel spreadsheets or whatever. And we're able to run reports now that we weren't before. So I think some of that is our efficiency and helping with us, understanding those, and hopefully in the future we'll have more information to be able to provide. But everything that I know is anecdotal at this point.
And I assume that analysis and that information would not be subject to right to know.
Correct.
Okay. I had another question, but Representative Tversky, do you have, no? I'll come back to it. It slipped
Sure,
me.
of course.
Oh, I just remembered. 2 years ago, we spent a good deal of time, I think, talking about e-discovery tools and how the department was spending a tremendous amount of time trying to, freeze records so that they could be brought in for litigation. And we talked about industry trends in procuring e-discovery systems. Has any progress or thought evolved on that?
So that is still the hope, but we have not we have not purchased a system or moved that forward because we've been working with the Attorney General's office and having it be a statewide system as opposed to a DHHS system.
Thank you.
Certainly. So moving on, legislative services, I just want to identify, we only have one real legislative services person that mostly everyone knows. But we do have another thing that all our attorneys do is if they represent a division, they also are the legislative liaison. So you'll see them coming in. They do a lot of legal analysis related to legislation and also attend hearings and things like that. So that's just something I wanted to identify here as well. Do you want to talk about
You actually have two, don't you? Legislative liaisons. There's Mr. Williams, and then there's a woman that does a lot with the BDS.
So Jenny O'Higgins does behavioral health, but she is dedicated just to behavioral health, so she's not under the legal department. And then we have a whole host of other individuals that you'll see and probably have worked with. They're all general counsel attorneys, other than John Williams. So John is the only person that's under legislative services. Everyone else is an attorney that represents the division. So you may have worked with them and think that they're wonderful and legislative people, but they also have another job, part of their job as
Day
well.
job.
Yeah.
All right. Did you want to say something, Mr. White?
She answered the question.
All right. Thank you.
So the Prescription Drug Affordability Board is something that's administratively attached to the department, and I don't know anything about, even though it's in my accounting unit, because I don't handle it at all. So I'm going to let Nathan speak
That's
to
all
it.
right. We have a separate issue on it later today, don't we, Ms. Ripple?
There's not a time dedicated to it, but it is on the agenda for today as part of the commissioner's office overall.
Okay, it was listed last on our.
So it might be best if I go through the rest of legal and
Yeah,
then we can just
yeah,
touch upon that one because
that's
it's
what
not anything that I'm really involved
Yeah.
in. Okay, great. So we're at slide deck 20 now, which is the Administrative Appeals Unit. So we handle the administrative appeals process. So it's adjudicative process that gives fair hearings to appellants, recipients of services, and gives a final, basically it has to do with final actions by the department. So if the department takes the final action, the AAU's jurisdiction is very broad. So essentially a decision is made by the commissioner, and that can be appealed as long as the person has the right to an appeal. It impacts them. It has to do with their services or whatnot. So we have things like long-term care, child abuse and neglect cases, aid, APTD, or aid to the permanently totally disabled, developmental disability eligibility, food stamps, home care for children, all of these things, durable medical equipment, prescriptions, anything that you can imagine that we make a final decision on related to a client's services, they can appeal, and this is where they would appeal, is at the Administrative Appeals Unit. As I mentioned already, right now we have 6, and you'll see it later on in our key challenges. We have 6 Administrative Appeals Unit hearings examiners. 3 of those are brand new, and then we have the unwind coming. So that's the 5 temporary part-time positions that we've created to try to help. We are not seeing a lot of movement on those, unfortunately. So one of our key challenges is getting people recruited into those positions, because they really need. We really are going to need the help if we want to do appeals in a timely way. It can impact if they can't appeal and we can't get the appeal out, and we can't get a decision out, then it could impact the budget, because we have to maintain people maintain their benefits for the pendency of their appeal, during the pendency of their appeal. So if we can't make a decision timely, it will impact the amount of time that somebody is ineligible but remains on Medicaid during that appeal. So we want to make sure that we're as timely as possible, but it is going to it could impact the budget. So this Administrative Appeals Unit, in one of our challenges, this is big. This is one of the big challenges we have.
Representative Wallner.
When have you had any? You haven't had any appeals yet.
We have not, because it only starts April 1st. So we expect them to start rolling in about mid-April.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. And how long will people have to do them?
I think they have, 15 days. I'll have to check. I'm not 100% sure how many days they have to appeal. I'm sorry. I can
That's
get
all
that
right.
information to you though.
Thanks.
Great. So moving on, we have now the ombudsman's offices. So we have two ombudsman's offices. One of them is DHHS specific. So it essentially is any client that has a concern with the department can contact the ombudsman's office, and they'll act as a kind of a mediator. They'll investigate. They'll hopefully come up with some solutions and resolutions. And so that's what our general ombudsman's office does. And then our Office of Long-Term Care Ombudsman specifically just deals with long-term care. Our long-term care ombudsman just deals with long-term care complaints. Somebody's in the long-term care community, they're in a nursing home, they're in assisted living, they can call the long-term care ombudsman, and the long-term care ombudsman operates a little bit differently in that respect, that they are an advocate for the resident, where the general client ombudsman really just helps to kind of mediate and figure out the problem and hopefully solve it for them. The long-term care ombudsman is really just an advocate for the resident, and hopefully they do come to resolution as well, and that's their goal as well.
So that's an interesting dichotomy, I think, that the ombudsman on one will represent the citizens,
Yes.
and the other seems to mediate in between the department and the citizens.
They try to come up with the right answer, really, is what so the federal law actually dictates the Office of Long-Term Care Ombudsman. So they tell them, you are an advocate for the resident, and it you try to get them essentially what they want, and be there for them. They do, though, they do resolve concerns and complaints, right? They just facilitate conversations and things like that. They are in two separate units, so they're headed up by two different people, so they know their responsibilities. They're not in any way related, even though they're both under the Office of Legal and Regulatory Services. So I think that they do operate both really well. But from the ombudsman perspective, for the DHHS, they're not representatives of DHHS. They're not representatives of the client. They're really trying to come up with a resolution and what's the right answer. Are they following the protocols? Are they following the rules? Are they doing what they should be doing? And that includes telling DHHS, hey, you did not do right on this one, right? And you need to fix this. And they also track and trend. That's something new that we just added is Salesforce, which is part of the overarching DHHS product. We have now a ombudsman component where they can track and trend and see, okay, are we seeing a certain number of complaints that are coming out of just this unit? Like, what is going on with this unit? How is it that we can fix, the way that they're communicating with clients and that kind of stuff. So it's actually a really great tool for both the department and the client, and it's completely confidential.
So if I wanted to, what happens a lot, I think it happens to all the legislators, is that we'll get a constituent complaint saying DHHS didn't do X.
Yeah.
And the X varies from really minor things that well, not minor, but really in the weeds kinds of things that I have no clue what the right answer is. Is there a one-stop shop that is easy to find on the website for people to file a complaint?
Yes, yeah, for sure. So the
Talk-
ombudsman's
talk
office
us
is
through
it.
that website interaction and how that interacts with the public.
So we don't actually have the capacity on the website for them to update it or kind of type in a complaint. The phone number is listed on the website, and they can call, and then intake will take their information, and then it'll get assigned to an ombudsman to handle. And sometimes when they call, they'll just directly go to an ombudsman, and that person will listen and find out what the issue is, and then work through it. And then it's the ombudsman who then takes the reign at that point, and they move forward and contact the program area, say what's going on here, and then they investigate and listen. So that's really the way to get in, is through calling the ombudsman's office.
And that's easy to find on the DHHS website.
Yep.
So it seems to me that what we would want to do for our citizens is to let them file a complaint online with some sort of summary description of what their issue is, maybe a pull down to help categorize it, and the ability to upload files. That would speed so much of that.
Yeah, so I don't think that I believe that's not under my jurisdiction, so I don't know, but I believe there is something like that that's available on the website. It just isn't directly linked to the ombudsman's office. So I'd have to speak with people at the department to see where that might actually be.
Okay, so I see Mr. White
He's
typing.
taking notes.
Are you checking this? Because I really would like to understand that interaction because that's a point of care in my view that we should really make sure is efficient. Do you want to say more? Do you want to keep going?
No, I'm good.
Are there questions here?
I think
Representative Stringham?
Yeah, I do notice, particularly the long-term care ombudsman's office is heavily federal supported.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering is this an office they're requiring you to have, or is it one they're heavily incentivizing you to have?
So, as far as I know, all 50 states have an ombudsman's office. I don't know if they actually dictate. I mean, we've had one for so many years. I don't know if I've ever actually looked to see if they dictate, you must have an office of the ombudsman, or we can choose to have that. So I'll have to look into that and get back to you.
Thank you.
Representative Woolner?
So I did notice that your caseload has really increased in the ombudsman area.
In the
You had-
regular ombudsman,
Yes.
yes.
What do you attribute that to?
So that's something that that Salesforce, I think that part of that is that we're cataloging them better and we're keeping better record of them. Not that we weren't cataloging them before, but now we can actually see on, and track and trend on an actual system, where we're seeing increases. And so I actually asked this exact question when I got this information, but they're compiling so we can look a little bit more at that information to see what the increase is.
And I was wondering if in the Office of Long-Term Care and Ombudsman during the pandemic, did that caseload increase?
It did. It was really the Office of Long-Term Care Ombudsman, as well as the Bureau of Licensing and Certification, provided a lot of support. There were a lot of waivers and things that were allowable during that time that weren't before. So because the facilities were able to kind of, not have visitors, I think that that's really what we saw from the ombudsman perspective, is a lot of people calling and saying, I want to see my daughter, or the daughter's calling saying, I want to see my mother, and it was really impactful to see how not being able to allow visitors in. And this was, it was a mandate by the federal government at that point. Don't allow visitors if you have any kind of COVID or if, whatnot. So I think that that's the increase that we saw. Generally, I would say that was most of our increase was just the visitation issues. And we still see it honestly to this day, because there are some nursing homes who, when they do still have COVID, feel uncomfortable allowing visitors in. And it's a much shorter period of time now, and they're able to resolve it quicker, but it is still something that they're seeing complaints on.
Thank you.
While we're on caseloads, I see only 160 incidents on HIPAA. And my guess is that very few of these are really valid.
Correct. Yeah, they're just investigated. And we'll have, an email went to the wrong, even the smallest thing that may have had somebody's name or information on it, even if it didn't even have protected health information, we'll still log it in and investigate it to make sure that that incident was either, an actual incident, and we keep a HIPAA log as a covered entity. We're required to keep a HIPAA log. So we have all of that information for anything that's been investigated and founded as a HIPAA compliance breach.
So just to connect you to another piece of legislation that's probably going to pass, there's likely to be a privacy governance board.
Yes.
And so anticipating how this information should be shared with the board.
Yep.
Okay.
Sounds great.
All right. Any other questions here?
So the only last thing I have, I believe, other than, is the active litigation. So we have on slide deck 23, these are in response to Representative Tulerski's question earlier, these have to do with all of the cases that are overseen by the Office of the Attorney General. So these cases are not, although the attorneys within the department are not representing the department in these cases, the Attorney General's office are, they still impact the legal bureau and the department in general from all discovery requests and those type of things. And we do a lot of strategy sessions with them on how to respond to cases, give them a lot of information on, how to around our laws, because they're not experts in all of the laws that we deal with every day. So this is just for your information. It's not necessarily anything that we need to discuss, but I wanted to make sure you had that.
So I'm curious of the 640 open and active. If we go back to like right before the settlement fund became law, what has happened? Have we seen a shift to move out of these lawsuits into the settlement fund, or is this data basically frozen at a prior time?
So this information I got from the Attorney General's office just this past week.
Okay, so you're
this
just
is
passing it through.
up to date. Yes.
All right.
And then the last thing is key challenges. I think we've kind of touched on many of these, but wages is one of them. The Office of Legal and Regulatory is one of the biggest challenges, is that we need people with not only higher education in Office of Legal and Regulatory, but we need people with experience. If you can imagine health facilities licensing, you can't have a brand new nurse go in and inspect and make sure they're compliant with all regulations, including standard of practice. They're a brand new nurse. Typically, we're looking for people that have years of knowledge, years of experience to come in, and then they then can regulate. So in trying to engage those individuals and get them onboarded, it does take a higher salary, because they're making a lot more money out in the community. And the same thing, I mean, we have attorneys here, and we need attorneys that have courtroom experience if they're going to go and start representing DCYF and matters that are really important to the health and welfare of kids. We can't just have somebody who's brand new out of law school going in and representing these children. So that what we're seeing right now, the biggest struggle that we're seeing, other than getting qualified staff in from health facilities, is DCYF. DCYF is really struggling in obtaining staff that are experienced and want to do the work that is really, it's really hard work. I mean, it's very emotional work. It's taxing. It's caseloads and whatnot. So we are having a very hard time with DCYF right now, and I think we have somewhere between 7 and 8 vacancies out of our 28 or so staff. We have 7 or 8 vacancies right now and are trying to recruit those, but we have a lot of overtime, a lot of people covering multiple district offices and having to kind of traipse around the state to cover what needs to be covered.
So the thing in the middle of BLC has jumped out at me, and that is that the department staff are finding more and more non-compliance. If we were to go look at the root causes of increased non-compliance, is it because these facilities are also having staffing issues?
That's exactly it. Yep.
So if we can help fix those staffing issues, we're going to help fix this problem.
I hope so.
And then on the wages paragraph, the 10% that is proposed by the governor, is that going to solve this, or do you need more? You probably need less, I imagine. But what do you think about the targeting? Are these classified in a way, or these aren't collective bargaining positions, are they?
The attorneys are.
Oh,
Yes, they are. Yeah, actually, most of the staff, the Bureau of Licensing and Certification, they're all classified employees.
okay, good to know.
Yep.
All right,
And the answer is yes. 10% would be wonderful. More would be great.
all right, thank you.
So legal, we already talked about the litigation and the personnel resources related to discovery, especially in our huge cases. And then the AAU and the Medicaid unwind, I already touched upon that as well. So I think that is all I have, other than what you had for the Drug Affordability Board.
Would you like us to speak to that now or after the HR and EAP?
I'm thinking. I think we've lost temporarily a couple of our members because they're testifying in other hearings. I really would like them to be here for the Prescription Drug Affordability Board. So I'm sorry, Representative Merchant. We're just not, the division's just not ready yet, I don't think. So let's go into HR. And thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
It sounds like you guys have made progress in the last 2 years despite the challenges. That's sort of my perception. Yeah. Representative Waller?
I just have a question for you. When do you think we will do, Representative Merchant is here, and I just wondered when you thought we would get back to, just so he doesn't have to hang around, or I'm sure he has other things to do.
120.
Wow, okay. Not 121.
It may be if I
Okay.
just like get lost for a moment, but yeah,
Okay.
120.
Thank
Okay?
you.
Yes, sir. All right, go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Christine Alexander. I'm the Director of Human Resources for DHHS. I'm here to talk a little bit about the 31 staff members that I have to support the 3,000 authorized positions for DHHS. The vision for the Human Resource Office is really to cultivate and to engage with our staff members to really work with those recruitment and retention numbers. Part of our desire is for us to increase the expertise and the knowledge by investing in our workforce. With the job market the way it is and recruitment evolution, we are really building on our recruitment platforms as well as our ability to outreach into our workforce within the hiring manager population. What we really value in human resources, our internal core values, is we really want to develop our staff. We really want to reduce processes that are redundant. We really want to make sure that we're respecting others and our differences, which also leads to innovation, which I love. We want to be able to accept responsibility to help with the ethical and legal conduct and business practices, which also allows us to make mistakes and learn from them, but to also increase our knowledge. We also want to make sure that we're able to communicate in a candid, fair, and prompt manner. I am on the page 27, and the accounting unit is
5677.
5677. Thank you.
And it's on page 1085 of the governor's recommended budget.
So human resources, like I said, we have 31 positions. I have one vacant position right now. Part of human resources is myself as the director. We have an assistant director, and then we have 5 other departments within human resources. We have the recruitment and onboarding department. We just recently acquired a talent acquisition manager who is really heading and spearing the new recruitment platforms that we're working on. And the reason why it's recruitment and onboarding is there is a understanding that the retention starts with recruitment. So we're really trying to streamline that process to engage them from the start as when they apply in the applicant tracking system.
So is that where the one new FTE is going?
Yes, the vacant one. And we just had the new position for the talent acquisition manager.
Okay, so we're streamlining by adding more people.
Well, we are streamlining by using that one person to work with our hiring managers, who are really the ones that have the touch points with the applicants.
Okay, and so the applicants are finding these job opportunities online by and large? Is that what these new acquisition systems are?
That is the hope. That is the trend. So right now, if anybody wants to advertise outside, they have to find funding from within the department. So what we have proposed and has been passed at fiscal would be several platforms to be able to externally post our positions and actually look for applicants in a proactive manner.
So I'm going to go back to one of my pet peeves from 4 years ago.
Yeah.
When I just thought I would go see how easy it is to look for jobs in the state government, and I went to I think the DAS website,
Yep.
and it was the worst, absolute worst employment opportunity website I have ever seen. I'm sure it was award winning and it's poor quality. So what are we doing different? Go ahead.
So with that, that is the Department of Administrative Services. That's the Division of Personnel that runs the applicant tracking system. So from my perspective at HHS, we have to work with that within that system in order for the applicants to apply. But what we're doing is we're externally posting these positions to say, listen, we have these positions, and go into our wonderful applicant tracking system to apply. And we're trying to lead them there as easily as possible. So by us being able to post externally, we can lead them into our system.
All right. So you're being very artful. What I think I'm hearing you say is you're developing workarounds so that you can avoid the DAS horrible system, and you're seeing some hope that we're going to be able to recruit better.
Yes, your words, not mine.
No,
but
I know.
yes, yeah, that's exactly what it is.
I get to be honest.
I love that. Thank you. No, yeah, and that's exactly it. So I know that Mr. White spoke to the classification system we have, and he specifically said program support specialist 1, 2, 3. Out in the real world, no one really knows what those are. So with these new platforms, we're going to be able to articulate a little bit more that we are looking for a human resource benefits specialist rather than a program specialist. So we're going to be able to really target individuals based on what their qualifications are, and they're going to be able to look to us for what we're having to offer rather than these vague classification titles.
Okay, but the front door remains the same, the
Correct.
DAS?
Yes, correct.
So what are we doing to burn that down and start over and just come up with a actual good system?
Well, I know that would be a DAS point
Right.
of
Right,
to
but
be
you
able to
would be
speak to.
involved, right? You're like a key constituency of DAS.
Yes, one would hope that collaborative relationship would continue. Yes.
All right, because every time I hear we have a workforce issue, I can't help but to go back in my mind about how horrible our front door is.
Oh, absolutely. And I agree with that. And that's one thing that we are trying
Your
to
words
work
are
on.
mine.
Touche. Yeah, we are. We're really trying to work on that. And I know from what I have heard that they are really trying to update the it's called New Hampshire First. They're really trying to update it to the most modern version, but it does take time in order to get it there. So what we're trying to do is really, from our perspective, is get them to just click on a link so they can go directly into that job that they're applying for and apply for it
But
rather
even
than
just
searching for
finding
it.
the job you want to apply for is just not easy. The whole
Correct.
search engine thing is broken, and you still got switchboard operators in there.
Correct. And to Mr. White's point too, as well, DAS, Department of Administrative Services, is working on the classification redesign, which will help modernize our classification system.
Okay, because I suspect you're doing an excellent job in every other area,
I am.
but your words and
yeah,
mine.
yeah.
Okay, but so let's just go into your key accomplishments. See if you can summarize that for us.
Yeah, absolutely. So I've been with the state for a year now. And what we have been able to do is really recognize that the processes that we have seen are redundant. So we're really trying to streamline those processes. And it's not necessarily to the benefit of the HR staff, it's to the benefit of the hiring managers that also have other jobs that they're doing besides this hiring manager work. We're really trying to work on the retention, which will also assist the hiring managers because then they don't have to go through the recruitment process yet again. And the retention by engagement is really how we're working on that. So engaging employees in professional development and within trainings is really going to help them, and it's also going to encourage them to stay within state service as well.
I just can't get off of this website thing. Are you prohibited from going and building your own DHHS portal, recruiting portal?
I'm not sure if the word is prohibited, and I haven't actually even asked that, but they are the ones in charge per the rules of the applicant tracking system. So they're reporting their metrics on how many applicants we've had, how many, those numbers. That is their role.
And just jumping in here, I mean, I think from a statutory perspective under RSA 21I, it's pretty clear from that DAS is the coordinator of the state system. And I'm sure if we were to put forward a proposal to DOIT, they would say, why on earth are you creating a shadow system of the existing system that we already have today? So I don't necessarily think that would be an option today.
Even if it was in HB2 and you had some language that would allow you to go do it?
I think I would probably defer to Commissioner Goulet and Dave Wieters on what that looks like, because it's important to understand, and I'm sure when DAS comes here to speak to you, it's important to understand that, as Christine was alluding to, the larger New Hampshire First system feeds directly into that website, which is why, like, you know, that database is pulling from a table program specialist too to pre-populate like in the title. So I think there's a lot more behind the scenes to understand when considering any sort of initiative along those lines.
Okay. Well, we're hopefully we're going to make some changes in streamlining licensing, which is another effort on the part of the legislature to make workforce development or acquisition easier. And do you think that DAS system is going to be able to keep up and basically, as we change the licensing requirements, adapt rapidly to the new environment and maybe go out of the state somehow and recruit and market?
New Hampshire First will not be able to do that marketing that we're looking to do as it stands right now.
Okay, because like I get Indeed ads telling me I need to go apply, that I could be a forklift truck driver somewhere. They apparently know what I'm qualified to do.
Yeah, and Indeed does pull, you know, getting into the recruitment technology, it does pull from New Hampshire First sites, but that's really all that it does. So it doesn't, when you click on those ads, it doesn't bring you directly to that posting. It brings you to the New Hampshire First site, which then you have to go search for it.
So, Mr. White, I think the commissioner said that workforce acquisition, something like that, is one of her most important strategic initiatives. Is this part trying to update and modernize and make effective? Is this part of her vision of what must be done?
So I believe the commissioner had alluded to the fiscal item that the Department of Administrative Services had brought forward to fiscal committee the other day for licensing for LinkedIn in order to get at exactly what Christine is talking about, as far as being able to, you know, using algorithms to target potential candidates who live within the specific region, so that instead of just posting, we are then actively reaching out. Because I think, you know, if you take that kind of more proactive approach towards trying to find individuals, then hopefully that would lead to better benefits instead of posting it and hoping for a difference. I think right now, I mean, I think we'll still have to work within the system that the state has, and I think it's just really important to make sure that the Department of Administrative Services weighs in on that conversation, because I know, as Christine alluded to, they are working to actively upgrade that system in the coming years. So.
Okay. All right. You can go back to where you think, oh, wait a second, Representative Stringham.
Yeah, so just quick summary, that what I understand, you have a staff of 31 and you're responsible for all 3,000 plus in the HHS system. Do you have any responsibilities for quality workforce issues versus any of the critical service providers that are contracted with? Is there any overlap between your function and any of the contractors?
At this time, no.
Okay. And second, if I may continue, unrelated question, DCYF, maybe, it's virtually on the verge of collapse due to lack of employment. And I know we've taken some action here in the last few weeks. How's it going there, and how visible is that to you and your team?
Yeah, absolutely. So in the fall, we launched a on-site job fair. We have been actively searching and out externally for job positions or for the applicants to be able to fill those positions. Hopeful that that 10% increase will also help gravitate people there, as well as being able to market the new approach for DCYF as well. So we are actively working with leadership in DCYF to fill those positions to assist.
Also this past September, when the governor and council were up on the top of Mount Washington, we did bring forward a number of enhancements requests to some of the positions at SYSC as well, just to try to actively address that. The HR team worked collaboratively to get that work done, to try to make sure that we can recruit and retain staff there to keep staffing levels at an appropriate level.
Excellent. So we were talking a little bit about the recruitment and retention based on the engagement of employees in training and professional development. We have also implemented a new hire orientation, again, day one, when it comes down to engagement. We want to just make sure that they have they are set up for success and they know where to find the information. One thing as a new hire, I wanted to make sure that it was intuitive for where they were able to find the information that they needed. And also we do use our metrics. We use our technology to make sure that we are basing our decisions on the information that we have. It's really important to us. And then we've also rolled out or rolling out a new learning management system, which will also be able to help employees and supervisors learn in time when they are ready. So often we have meetings where we talk to or educate the employees on something, but it's not their time to hear it. So basically the learning management system will allow them to be able to learn when they are ready to learn that information. And then I did speak a little bit.
Can I stop you? Did you just talk? You just talked about the learning management system?
Correct.
Okay, so I thought this was another centralized tool of DAS. Is this something you're implementing on your own?
Correct. We needed to implement a new learning management system in order to reach external partners to be able to train them. So we launched that external part back in June of 2022, and we are currently trying to launch it. We are currently going to be launching it in the end of summer for our internal employees.
Okay, I think that's all good. Thank you.
Thank you. And just some of our key concerns is the process, the redundancy. So really working with key stakeholders to make sure that we are reducing our processes, and as well as making sure our outcomes are appropriate. We had 5 new administrators in the last year in HR. So where we think that might be a concern, it's also a really great time for innovation and new ideas, and diversity of thoughts. So we are really coming together to collaborate and making sure that HR is there as a strategic partner for HHS to continue their relentless progression forward.
So I'm not under your key challenges. I note that you don't have a key challenge touching on employee morale or trends in the employment base. Like, for example, do we have an increase or decrease in sexual harassment allegations? Do we have, other kinds of indicators that tell us something about the morale of the workforce?
I think we can speak to the vacancy rate, where the vacancy rate could be equitable to the morale. Right now, our vacancy rate is at 19.6, which is a little bit lower than it has been in the past. So that is definitely our key challenge is making sure that we have the people in the positions to get the job done, and to make that happen for our external customers as well. So based on all of the information that HR has been working on, we are really trying to make sure that we're working on the engagement and the recruitment and retention.
Okay, but amongst the existing workforce, you're not spotting any trends? In kindergarten, it was, can you work and play well with others? Or are we having internal issues of working and playing well with each other?
Yeah, we have a big focus on supervisors right now, really making sure that they understand their role within engagement with employees, giving them the tools that they need for performance management, giving them the tools that they need in order to have difficult conversations is really where HR is putting a lot of their focus.
All right,
I have one quick one.
Go
I'm
ahead.
not sure who this would be directed to, but I notice about 28% of this budget comes from federal funds. What is the federal government paying for, and why is that a good number or not a good number? Thanks.
So if you turn to the budget briefing book that you have, if you turn to page 19, you'll see accounting unit 5677, and listed there under the funding sources, we have a variety of funding sources that are cost allocated to the team.
I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure what I'm seeing in the right place
Oh,
here.
sure.
Okay, page 20.
Oh, yeah, I apologize. Yes. It should be. Yes, yeah, on page 20 on funding source, about a quarter of the way down the page.
Do you have a question you'd like to follow up?
It looks to me like what you're saying is certain programs, some of the costs have been allocated from the human resources budget to these other programs, and
Yeah.
it comes out to 29%. So
Yeah, it's really a common theme across many of the areas of OCOM where we're able to cost allocate federal dollars towards those positions just to leverage them in a more effective way.
thank you.
Any other questions here, Representative Mooney?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. On page 29 of your slides here, I see on the last bullet, implemented the federal vaccine mandate at the hospitals. Implemented is past tense. I'm wondering, is that still in effect? And are you still working actively to do and implement that bullet item? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, back in March of 2022, the federal mandate came into effect. So we were able to work with Glencliff Hospital and New Hampshire Hospital to make sure that 100% of the employee populations were in compliance. And whether the 100% is whether or not they have vaccine or they received an exemption.
Thank you very much. And you are still working on that implementation as that mandate is still in effect, you're saying?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does that go away May 21? That's when the national emergency declaration is intended to end. Does the vaccine mandate, I hate calling it a vaccine, the injection, the experimental injection date, is that when that expires, May 21?
We'll have to get back to you on that.
Yep.
I'm not quite sure. They separated some of the requirements, with the disenrollment versus the end of the public health emergency. I'm not sure on that particular item, but we can get back to you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions here? Go ahead.
Thank you. Along that same line, do you feel that with the vacancy rate being what it is and this mandate being implemented still, is there a connection at all between the two, that you are missing some great talent because of a federal mandate?
There could be that correlation. I haven't really researched that, but there definitely could be based on the New Hampshire hospital vacancy rate.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think just one important thing to point out, I just want to reiterate what Ellen Lapointe, the CEO of New Hampshire Hospital, had spoken to earlier, that the labor market in general, particularly for nurses across the state, has been incredibly challenging. I know the New Hampshire Hospital Association released a report this past fall where they had indicated that many of their contracted staff costs, don't quote me on this, but I think they went up by like 113% year over year. So you're seeing, and New Hampshire Hospital does have a number of contractors that we rely upon, as well as our existing staff. So there are a variety of challenges in that area that I know face New Hampshire Hospital, Hampstead, and Glencliff.
All right. Anything else? Okay. Do you have any final words for us? Okay, I have 12:11. This would be post time normally to take a break. We have the EAP and the equity and the program quality. If I quit asking questions, can those be done in like 30 minutes total?
So today we have the employee assistance program only, and then I was going to have the Office of Health Equity and the remaining presentations go on Friday.
Okay, in that case, I'd like to go ahead and get the EAP up, and then we'll end up breaking for lunch until 1:20.
Fantastic.
Does that work?
And joining me is Michael Lawless, the director of the Employee Assistance Program.
Good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to, excuse me. Good afternoon. I appreciate your time and the opportunity to speak a little bit about the Employee Assistance Program. So I'm Mike Lawless. I'm the director of the EAP, and we provide confidential services, support, resources to all state employees and their family members for all three branches of state government. I've outlined some of the ways we interact with employees, but I just wanted to kind of maybe jump to that second bullet and say that when I mentioned that we serve all state departments and their family members, there's a cost allocation formula where the additional departments outside of HHS are contracted and pay for our services.
Sure. And just to speak to that, so basically when we are preparing the agency budget in the summer, we look at positions across the state, and based on the number of positions a department has, we then cost allocate a portion of the cost to operate the employee assistance program.
It seems like 2 years ago, looking at this, the number that jumped out at me was 4. And I don't know, how many RNs do you have doing this service?
There are no RNs on staff. There's 7 positions, including myself in the EAP.
What's sort of the normal kind of or not job description, but job qualifications?
Yeah, so I have a org chart here on page 34. And so my background is I'm a licensed social worker, master's level licensed addictions counselor. And the 4 field rep positions that you'll see on that lower row, there's a master's degree qualifier for those positions, but there's also that combination around education and experience, where a certain amount of education in the human services field or kind of resource delivery system might offset some of the education requirements. I could speak to kind of background and qualifications for each of our staff, if that would be helpful. because there's a diversity
So,
within the
so
group.
yeah, just so you know, the cynical boundary condition you're bumping up against is that, you know, in the back of my mind, I'm wondering if this is something that would best be just contracted out as a service, you know, why we're doing this in-house. And if we're able to staff these 4 professionals, at 100% or whatever the percentage is, I'm just wondering, given the manpower shortages in the state, if there might be better allocations. We have behavioral health issues all over the state. So I, I, I understand the value of EAP. I'm just trying to reestablish in my mind why this is an essential internal government function and whether it's worth our tying down these scarce resources when we have community needs everywhere.
Sure,
That's a huge, nasty question.
no, I appreciate the kind of forthright nature of that question, and I think that's an important piece for us in terms of how we consider the work we do and what differentiates us from other kind of models or opportunities for employees or their family members to access supports and resources. And so one thing that I would say to that is, even if we just looked at those positions, those 4 positions, there's not strictly kind of a clinical background, if I could frame it that way. In other words, some folks do have experience kind of maybe even pursuing licensure or some other kind of areas of expertise within a behavioral health model, but not necessarily kind of, it doesn't necessarily equate to this is a person who could be a licensed clinician somewhere else for that matter. What I would say is, I think there's a lot of reasons to support our model and the value of the work that we do. And so, you know, just a couple of things that kind of come to mind quickly. One of the things that I think really puts us in a unique position is that we, in serving all state departments and the length of service, the kind of breadth of areas that we've all covered in our journeys professionally. I started with the state in 2004 in HHS and have been in HHS since. Is that we recognize that there's a uniqueness to every state culture. So much so that it's not even just that there's differences in HHS for say compared to say the veterans home, right? It's even within HHS. You can go into an agency and work with a work group, and there's another work group on the same floor down the hall, and there's differences and unique aspects to these work cultures that somebody outside of a state system might not necessarily know. I think that part of our work and our sensitivities to some of those differences and our openness to trying to meet folks where they're at and provide resources that are appropriate and timely, knowing the state system and some of the challenges that occur within the state system, I think kind of positions us very uniquely in certain ways when we're trying to support work groups and individuals. Another piece to that is, you know, from a personal touch standpoint, you know, some of the work that we do is connecting employees with mental health, substance use providers in the community. And we certainly have relationships there. But one of the things that I think differentiates us would be, you're not going to get just a name and a number from us, right? And so we're state employees, we're citizens of this state. We kind of recognize some of the challenges that might go along with that. But also the personal touch to that equation is I wouldn't give you somebody's, or I wouldn't give an employee somebody's name unless I would feel comfortable with accessing them myself, or even a close loved one accessing that person themselves. And I think that's something that you don't get just by doing an online search and trying to find a provider in the community. So if we connect somebody with a provider, we've made sure that they accept their insurance, they have availability in their schedule, we've had that connection with the provider, and we would feel confident in supporting this employee and accessing that provider. So those are a couple of differences, I think, around our services that are not available in other maybe contracted providers.
Representative Wallner.
Thank you. How many total state employees are there?
The last estimate that I saw was around 11,000. I don't know if that's accurate.
Okay. And how many touches, or I don't know what you call it, how many contacts did you have? How many of your 7 employees, how many contacts did they have with state employees last
So
year?
it's a great question. And, you know, really what that question also touches on is kind of the antiquated nature of our data management system, which we don't have. We're moving to accessing technology and being able to capture information in a more timely way that reflects the work we do and speaks to some of those questions you're raising. So on average, we serve between 550 and 625 clients per year. And even that number is a little misleading in that it's really just the tip of the iceberg. When I throw those numbers out there, what that's saying is these are clients who've reached out to us through many different channels, and we've opened a case on that client. And so what that means is we're going to be meeting with them. On average, it's between 1 to 6 sessions that we might meet with somebody. But we're also in positions where providing resources outside of that a bit. And so I think what a data management system allows us to do is really capture in a larger way just how many points of contact we're having and really the depth and breadth of the work that we're delivering. We are short a position now. We have a vacant position that we have an offer and a start date of March 10th. There's been some transitions occurring in the EAP. I've been in the director role since October of this past year. Our previous director, Paula Booth, was in the position for 35 years. And so it's exciting time for us because we recognize, and I recognize the need for technology, the need for being available in different places through different means. And so we're looking at all of our processes. We're developing a new streamlined approach to conflict management, how we kind of market ourselves to different stakeholders within state systems and describe the services that we offer. We have really ongoing strong relationships. A lot of our referrals come from supervisors, managers, HR in different departments, but continuing to keep those relationships strong and provide services that meet the current needs of state employees and their families.
So you actually have face-to-face interaction with
We do,
the
and that's,
employees.
thank you for bringing that up. That's one of the other pieces to that kind of equation that separates and differentiates us from other, potentially contracted providers or something like that. I personally appreciate the value of that face-to-face interaction. I think ideally when we can offer that and be present in that way, not everybody wants to take that up for different reasons. But when you think about the complexity and the sensitivity to some of the topics that folks are bringing up, their concern around confidentiality, I mean, all of these things are really vital to our program and our model, but trying to offer that and be present face-to-face as much as possible, but also recognizing that there are people who, because of their work schedule, because of their geographic location, they just feel more comfortable accessing us either through a telephone or some kind of video resource, and we have that availability as well. We've kind of moved into that and offered that in conjunction with face-to-face, primarily out of a response to COVID.
So do you think, and do you work with the Human Resources Department around this as being part of a retention and recruitment efforts because you have this kind of program available to the employees, which really isn't something that's available in all industries?
Yeah, so a
in all
word that was
workplaces.
used here a little bit earlier, I believe, was reactive, right? And I think a lot of the work that we've done through the years has really been kind of a reactive nature. Most of the time, folks reach out to us when there is a crisis, when either a personal crisis or something in the workplace has reached a level that the path forward is not necessarily clear. But we certainly look at our role in retention as well. We are a resource and a support to state employees. We're at orientations, sharing about the program, putting a face to the program, again, to reinforce that face-to-face piece. But we're also looking for any opportunity we get with all departments to come back in and reintroduce ourselves, because there is a rebranding going on in some ways with the EAP, but also because we know people are overwhelmed when they do those orientations. It's a lot of information, and we don't want to be just somebody that's kind of out on an island that folks think, oh, I got to reach out to them now because things are falling apart. We can be a supportive, and we often are now, a supportive part of people's work experience that isn't just when they're in trouble or they feel like there's no other road.
Representative Tversky?
Thank you. Representative Wallner hit on my question, but I'll take it a little step further. Is there any way you can quantify or make any connection directly with your services to overall wellness and retention?
Yes, I appreciate that. I'm going to go back really quickly to the previous question. I think it really connects well here in terms of our relationship with HR. Certainly, we have a strong relationship with HHS HR and, kind of varying levels of relationships with other departments, HRs, but they're all positive and they're all at a place where revisiting them, strengthening them, it makes sense for the employee, right? Because I think we're all working together to try to create healthy workplaces for state employees and managers so that productivity is increased, which is one of the key factors that an EAP can bring to a work group. And so there have been some trends that we've noticed. There are certainly, with COVID and kind of financial stresses, we have state employees, when you talk about food insecurity, housing insecurity, not many folks would associate that with state employees, right? These are folks, for instance, might be employed full time and you think they might have kind of deep resources in certain ways. But in reality, what we know is that anybody could experience a problem that any other individual could, right? And so state employees have the same challenges and struggles that maybe some of the clients might that we're serving in other areas of kind of service delivery. So I don't know if I completely answered that question.
No,
Would you mind
it was
revisiting that? I'm sorry.
no, you did it. I am seeing a direct connection to maintaining workforce by offering them
So
that
thank you.
outreach.
I appreciate you bringing it back to that because I think as we think about the data management system and we're having some conversations with HHS. We're getting the green light to implement a new data management system. Those conversations are happening. What's exciting about that is while we have to kind of walk this line around confidentiality and protecting confidentiality, that's the primary kind of piece to our program, right? As state employee accesses us, a manager accesses us, or their family member, we're not disclosing to anybody around who's accessing us and for what, right? So when people reach out to us, they know that their information is safe and they're protected. But by having the ability to have a data management system and talk about who's accessing us and some kind of overarching aggregate data around some of the challenges that folks are dealing with, maybe even grouping departments together so we're not sharing information that could potentially feel like it's too close to the line around confidentiality, but allows folks to see the trends within the state, within state agencies. I think that's where we want to be. That's the place to kind of be able to refine the work that we're doing in an ongoing way and share information about what we're doing in a more transparent way.
Thank you.
You both asked the questions I wanted to go to next. So thank you for that. And to come back and talk about, my cynical nature, the optimistic side goes that the EAP, I think, adds value that we wouldn't get from a contractor by being able to interact and engage our management, our senior management, to identify these sort of, I mentioned it earlier, the morale trends. What's going on in the workforce that people need to worry about. From my point of view, we always said, there's two things. You got to accomplish the mission and you got to take care of the welfare of the soldiers. And so I think that same metaphor holds up in the workforce is we got to get the job done, but we've got to do it in a way in which we take care of the workforce. And so the extent that you're able to protect privacy in a hardcore way, because it's so important to everything you do, having management visibility into those kinds of major trends, I think, is useful.
Absolutely.
And I don't know that we could contract that out.
I'd like to think no. Obviously I'm biased in my position in that way, but even trying to be objective around it, I think that there's a very unique aspect to this program in places that might be challenging to quantify. I think that the data management system moves us in that direction. But to your point there around kind of the role of the manager, I'm taking that from what you were saying. I mean, when managers are modeling access to the EAP, they invite us in We have subtle resources in restrooms with tear-off sheets so people can access our information in a private way. But when it's modeled by supervisors and managers, it can make a very important difference, right? And so I think those are all of the pieces when we think about how we all have a role in creating a culture where accessing resources, getting support, it's a type of incentive that doesn't always attach well to a financial incentive, right? When I've been in a work group where leadership is invested in me, it makes all the difference in the world. And I think that's something that is present in a lot of places, and it makes a difference for employees.
Do you think if I went to a senior manager in DHHS and said, you know, what kind of resources is the EAP program to you? You know, would they have at top of mind the idea that you provide visibility into the overall, I'm going to keep using the word morale until a better word comes up, but status of the workforce?
I would say yes. I think it's a really important question you're asking, but I think it's also a complex question because I think managers continue to get more exposure to us when they've accessed us in a certain way or somebody close to them has accessed us. And I think when that happens, it informs the message. I think our part of that is continuing to think about the marketing piece and getting that information out around how we can be supportive, putting faces to the program, things like that. But also the fact that we serve all other state departments. You know, because of the nature of the program, the confidential piece to this program, the voluntary nature to the program, we're often behind the scenes, right? That's really our position, is to help the helper. And so, you know, when there's major events happening in this state that might look like they touch DOT or might look like they touch HHS, DCYF, state police, we're usually in the background being supportive and trying to, you know, help kind of partner to contain whatever else is emerging out of that, right? Because, you know, we know things like vicarious traumatization, burnout, compassion fatigue are very real.
All right. So Representative Mooney has a question.
Oh, thank you very much. Your chart here on page 36 of the slides, is there any explanation for the color schemes? And I ask because I'm curious if it's in order of what we most frequently encounter. And even beyond that, I see some of the topics here are quite heavy, and I can only imagine are without a doubt resourced out almost immediately upon it being reported. So I guess I'll let you answer from there and see if I have any follow-ups based on that
Sure.
initial.
No,
Thank you.
Thank you. You know, one thing I would like to say, if I could just take a quick step back, would be EAP work is very different than counseling work as well. There's pieces to the role that, you know, have some overlap, but what I find as part of my background was as a clinician working in clinical settings, and then to move into the EAP role as a field rep was my initial position in the EAP. It's a different skill set. And so I just wanted to kind of name that too, to go back to the earlier question around contracting it out or something along those lines. There's no real rhyme or reason to the color scheme. I like the idea of framing it that way. I had a colleague of mine kind of look over my initial color scheme and they went with this. So I think maybe that's all I could say about that piece. And then you're really kind of raising maybe two questions, at least how I'm thinking about it. One is around this referral process, some of these kind of resources that we may provide and how that might turn into a referral. So there are certain situations where a referral to an outside agency would be the natural course and fairly soon, right? And that doesn't necessarily mean that the problem or the presenting issues are completely contained. So an example would be if somebody needs a resource around a legal resource or childcare, and they come in naming that, right? We might be able to connect them with a resource around that fairly quickly. We have places where we know there are good resources available. We have relationships with community providers and try to bridge that gap as soon as possible in that way if it's requested. But what we also are invested in is a thorough assessment of the situation and the individual we work with. And so when you're engaged in a process like that, somebody might come in talking about a legal resource, and then you find that there's a little bit more. So Another example would be somebody may present and say, I'm having some difficulty in the workplace, right? Well, as we explore that a little bit, we find out that maybe they're feeling like they don't get along very well with the supervisor. If we explore it a little bit further, we might find that the person who's in our office is kind of progressing in their drinking, and that alcohol is playing a bigger part in the equation than they were even initially aware of, right? And so part of the work is a thorough assessment in an ongoing way, whether that's a one session or multiple sessions, connecting them with the resources if that's something they're interested in connecting with, but also looking for what may be emerging, being aware, intuitive enough to kind of explore in certain areas that arise that might suggest there's more going on than what they're presenting initially. And the same thing applies to work groups. We can get called into a work group. Somebody might hear, oh, you do a training around respect in the workplace or something like that. If we came in and we just did a training because somebody named it, we'd have a work group more often than not that would say, why are they bringing this in here? Why aren't they addressing Mike's behavior? He's the one who's causing problems in the work group. So without a thorough assessment, we may miss the opportunity to provide an intervention that really lands the way the manager wants it to land.
So I want to thank you for this. I want to put us into recess, but I don't want to keep you from saying something that's really important to you. If assuming we're both here in 2 more years, what would be nice also is just a supplemental slide that tells us something about the status or morale of the workforce. You know, if you guys are spotting trends like, you know, how big is the fentanyl crisis affecting our employees? You know, you mentioned alcohol abuse, you mentioned, you know, economic stresses. It'd be interesting just for us to get that next time. Don't work on it now, but
I have
I'll see you in 2
we'll
years.
be able to address that in 2 years.
Okay. All right.
Thank
All right. Any other questions? Okay. So we're in recess until 1:20.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Are we online now? Did they take the picture down? Okay, so we're not streaming just yet. It says the stream will resume shortly. Is there a bat phone that we can call?
I'm not sure. Let me just check.
Public transparency, I don't want to get started till, oh, okay. We are live. Okay. So it being past 1:20, we're coming out of recess Division 3. Specifically, first up is the Prescription Drug Affordability Board. We have Mr. White from the department, and we also have Representative Gary Merchant, who is the current chair of the Prescription Drug Affordability Board. This is for the members. If you've never heard of this, it's in part because this is the very first time Division 3 has ever seen the budget. Everything here before us is kind of new stuff, and it's on page 1084. That's where the budget can be found. So with that, I assume Representative Merchant's going to kick us off, or are you, Mr. White?
I can start really quickly, and then I will hand it over to Representative Merchant. You have identified page 1084 as the location for the accounting unit within the governor's budget. There's also a high-level overview in the presentation from this morning on slide 19 that includes some of the authorizing RSA, the nature of the administratively attached board, as well as some overview on the general purpose. And I'm sure Representative Merchant will be speaking to all of that. So,
Has the department signed the MOU?
the MOU is still actively under development.
Okay, so that's no. Sometimes I ask yes or no questions. So, okay. What is the purpose of the MOU? The MOU, this is really for the members as much as anyone, but the purpose of the MOU is because the Prescription Drug Affordability Board is new. There was some decision that needed to be made about where they would be attached. They've been attached to the Department of Health and Human Services. They've been attached there for basically administration only. There is zero supervisory authority within the Department of Health and Human Services over any of the actions of the Prescription Drug Affordability Board. They're a wholly independent, kind of autonomous group, except for every 2 years they're supposed to come and get their budget approved. Other than that, they are extremely autonomous. What else did I want to say about that relationship? Oh, so like, for example, in this budget that you see on page 1084, this was voted on and passed by the Prescription Drug Affordability Board, of which are, 6 to 8 members. And this has been passed through DHHS and been incorporated in the governor's, or went straight to the governor this time. I'm just trying to get the overall context of where we are.
Representative Edwards, the flow you're speaking to is correct. The numbers, I think, could be spoken to.
Okay.
Process that you're speaking to
Yeah.
is absolutely correct.
Okay. So I think that's everything I intended to say. And then we pick up on the slide deck on page 19, Prescription Drug Affordability Board, and Representative Merchant. What would you like to tell us about your board?
Well, speaking to the financial side of the equation, not the policy side, because I think it's the intent of this committee. The way,
because this is a new, we need to understand the mission and purpose so that we understand the budget.
the mission of the board is to bring more transparency to the pharmacy supply chain, which goes from the manufacturer all the way to the patient. It's complex, it's convoluted in a lot of cases. It's something that doesn't have a lot of transparency to it. And when you're looking for a market that's going to operate in a free market economy, one of the cornerstones of any market is transparency. And all this board's trying to do is bring greater transparency to what's happening in the pharmacy supply chain. To give you an example, Sanofi released some information. I'll be glad to send it to you. In 2013, Lantus, which is their insulin product, had a list price of $200. The net to them was $100. Rebates were paid to different people along the way. In 2021, the list price was $340 or thereabouts. I'll get you the exact numbers. Their increase only went to $125. So the question I keep asking people, if the manufacturer is not getting the lion's share of increases, who's getting the lion's share? Same thing can be said with Eli Lilly. There's many documents out there in which the manufacturer's prices have actually gone down, but the list price, what patients are paying, are going up. So the goal of the board is to try to bring greater transparency into this supply chain to understand what is happening. And once we begin to understand what happens, then to develop strategies based upon the information we obtain. And that's basically the goal. The board is fundamentally, we're dealing with the public domain. Public domain, folks, is paid by taxpayer dollars. The goal of this board is to bring down the burden to the taxpayer, is find ways to reduce prescription drug costs. I think we all can agree we're trying to help the taxpayer, and this is one of the ways to try to get there. So first and foremost, transparency, develop strategies to bring down the overall prescription cost, which is a burden to the taxpayers because they're the ones paying for state employees, county employees, school districts, municipalities. So that's kind of the two-pronged part of it.
So does your board have regulatory authority? And when you create a strategy, how do you implement it?
In the RSA 126VB, there are powers within the board to ascertain information that is necessary for the board to understand the transparency to it. So yes, it does have rulemaking authority, which was granted by the legislative body when this was passed. And it's basically allows the board to use its authority as much as possible to work with the entities in the pharmacy supply chain, from the manufacturer all the way to the patient, to try to understand who's getting the bites of the apple. Why do we need a big...
So is it fair to say your regulatory authority is specific in scope to mandating data calls that you ask for data through regulatory enforcement, and they provide you the data, and if not, in your current fee structure, you can find them?
If they don't report the data required by the board, and there's confidentiality to protect the data, yes, the board can levy a fine. But again, I'll go back to when we talk about confidentiality, because it's well thought through. When you're dealing with pricing or cost factors and so forth, a lot of them are protected through confidentiality. There is a limited, very limited number of people who have access to any of that pricing data or cost data, as well as if it's ever leaked by anyone else, there's severe consequences in place to take care of that situation.
Okay, so does this board have any known or suspected redundancies with other state operations, such as fee setting on this industry, any redundancies in the data collection effort, or any redundancy in the reporting efforts?
Clarification, we do not have any authority over price, none whatsoever. That's restricted by the federal government through the Commerce Clause. What the board does is has the ability to get the data. So the data the board is looking for to utilize to minimize redundancy is to use the what they call CHIS data, which is what the all-payer claims data. At the same time, the board is in a unique position because it can work with other entities outside of the state, including the University of New Hampshire, a flagship university, to help with the analysis of the data. We also have unique authority in a sense that we look at the data for rebates coming back from the PBMs. That's something the board has that no other agency in the state has currently.
So what, to the, my yes or no question, I heard a lot of yes in there, is that there is some redundancy potentially in the data collection effort, but for that example, the board would first look to see what's already available before issuing a parallel or secondary request for the same data. You're looking at the data that's already available before demanding it from the private sector.
That's correct.
All right. And then I don't think you addressed the fees. Are the fees redundant? Because the Department of Insurance charges many of these same entities to operate in the state. So to what extent are the fees redundant?
I don't see the fees as being redundant. The fees are unique in their own right. We pay, if you look at the same thing with other agencies, think about my car. I pay a registration vehicle, I pay a gas tax, I pay a toll tax. It's all up in one vehicle. So I guess you have to frame, when you talk about redundancy or duplication, is how you frame it. The fee that we're talking about currently is in statute. The board is mandated to send out a fee assessment. So
Are you familiar with the jail car meeting of last Friday, where they specifically looked at the request of the board to have their fees considered fees, and Gelcar came back unanimously and said that they recommend to the legislature that we review and make possible legislative change to the statute.
yes,
That they perceive the fee structure to already be a significant part of what's going on in the insurance department, and that the fees, therefore, from this board could be interpreted to be taxes.
that was the key word, could be. And I think what they're looking for is legislation to clarify that. So it's no longer a could, but provide clarity to it.
Okay, so the motion that they voted unanimously on, Republicans and Democrats, is that they all came together to recommend that the legislature review and make possible legislative changes to the statute. Are you aware that these changes are being suggested anywhere in an amendment or in a bill or?
We have House Bill 172, which is before Commerce. So Commerce took to retain the bill, do exactly what you're talking about, Representative Edwards, is to look at different issues that have been raised since the board's been up and running or trying to get up and running. And I think that's the place for stakeholders, including this issue, to be addressed, is in House Bill 172.
Yep.
It's been retained, and for us to sit down collectively and figure out how to make it work legislatively.
So as the prime sponsor of HB 172, I'm glad that you're talking about it. Initially, it was met with opposition from the Prescription Drug Affordability Board, and has the position shifted to where you now embrace 172?
Didn't say I embraced it, Representative Edwards. I
Yeah.
embraced the concept of working with everyone to improve the legislation that we need to make the board and provide clarity to it.
Okay, and then
Because
on,
what's happened in 172, clear for those who aren't here, was part of it was to put the board on ice for 2 years, basically to kill it. That is not what the board agreed to. What the board was willing to sit down with everyone and all the stakeholders, from legislative people, pharma, PBMs, insurance companies, and saying, okay, how do we work together, and how do we take the legislation we have before us and make it work? That's what the board agreed to.
okay, and then on the reporting redundancy, maybe it isn't all that redundant, but to what extent is the state and the feds already providing reports so that the public has an opportunity to have transparency into the prices being charged? Not the costs in the supply chain, but because I think that's what you really want to get at. I think your board is interested in the costs of the supply chain. But I'm just asking about the prices. Is there already some level of price transparency being provided through the feds primarily?
Not that I'm aware of. There are requirements by some of the federal agencies to try to provide some quote pricing structure out there. The challenge that anyone has when you get into a prescription drug price is, are you talking about the copayment, deductible? It's so many flavors to the ice cream. It's very difficult for the uninformed patient to ascertain what's a fair price.
Is this the predominant lever that the board has to influence price containment? Is the publishing of price reports so that various entities know about the prices being charged, so that they have a better idea of where they may find some negotiation points? You're providing data for others who make decisions and negotiate. Is that correct?
That's the goal.
Okay.
Again, back to the same thing we're trying to get to is, first and foremost, we have to understand it ourselves.
Right.
Because we can't develop a strategy unless you understand what it is you're dealing with.
Right. So I was listening to a White House briefing the other day, and they were very happy that they've done a lot to contain the price of drugs. And so if the White House is already working on drug price containment, is this overall program simply just redundant here at the state level? What can a tiny little state of 1.3 million do in a market that's global, that the federal government's already trying to work on? What do we think we're doing?
Well, many times states act as laboratories. That's part of what we see many opportunities at the state level for us to create and look at things that we can do because we're nimble. This is New Hampshire. We're small.
Yeah.
We all know each other. We work together. That you can't find at the federal level. So by working with different entities, what I call the New Hampshire way, we can probably do things here more nimbly and more quickly than you can at the federal level. And if we find something that is meaningful, then we can bring it to the federal level saying, this is what we found in New Hampshire, and be proud of it. You don't have to be huge to make something work.
Isn't it the case that Maine is operating under essentially the same legislation that New Hampshire currently is? And what has been the Maine experience at being successful in standing this system up and coming up with meaningful reports?
Maine has the same issue we have here in New Hampshire. It is ill-funded. It's not funded. We've, for the most part, all the work that's been done by the board, I'm very thankful the board members on the board have
Right.
volunteered their time.
Right.
So at this point in time, all the work that we've tried to put into it to get this board up and running to do what it was set out to do has been somewhat hindered because we haven't had the resources to really fully engage.
Right. I've watched that board a bit, and I've been impressed with the level of volunteerism that's been driving
Thank you.
what they've done and what you've done. You've been a very effective leader. Okay. I've asked a lot of questions. A lot of those questions I meant to help just for you that have never listened or looked at this to have some idea of what we're dealing with. Are there questions, Representative Stringham?
If I heard your testimony correctly, it sounds like maybe one of your hunches is that there's something in the supply chain that's taken a big bite out of the pharmaceutical apple and maybe not adding that much value. But since most of the traditional kind of data sources, they're either dealing with manufacturers' wholesale prices or the amount paid at the consumer end, are you thinking that you're going to kind of be able to see what happens between the manufacturer's price and then ultimately what the customer pays? And do you think there's anything there that we could act on at some point in the future?
Representative Stringham, thank you for that question. It's one of the questions we'd like to ask. I mean, one of the other things that I worked in the hospital system for several years. And one of the things people advocate for is having the outside pharmacy sending the product to the hospital to cut the cost down. We have at the medical center refrigerators full of drugs that we couldn't use, that someone paid for. And why we can't use it is all of a sudden you have a patient's therapy, it changes. Either they can't take the drug anymore, the blood level won't support it, whatever it may be. We've said to the manufacturers, can we send it back to you? We don't want it back. Why don't they want it back? They sold it. Number two, I'll give you another example of things that I'm not trying to get away from the question, but try to explain to people within its dynamics is that we had a situation where our hemophilia program, these are individuals that have a bleeding disorder. They will bleed to death, basically. So you have factor you give to them. We took a lot of time, literally, to get the smallest possible vial to the patient. Why? To minimize the waste. So then we went up against an insurance company that wanted to charge 80 cents less, or 80%, or 20% less than we were charging for the unit in the vial. What happened was they weren't paying attention and taking the time, because it's time intense, to get the smallest vial. They standardized it. So there was a lot of waste. They were sending out 100 units of factor when the patient only needed 60. We would take and find the 60 unit vial. So on a unit basis, it was less costly to the manufacturer, but the overall cost was a lot higher. These are the examples I'm trying to explain. That's what the board's trying to get to, is it's not just looking at the overall cost because of the price of the product, but how the product is utilized. Could we somehow work with physicians to help incentivize them and educate them to use less costly generics? This versus the brand name one, which is what pharma's out there promoting all the time. At the medical center, we talked about that with samples. And why do physicians have samples? Simple reason is when they're dealing with a patient, you want the patient to start on something, to have a week or so to try the drug. I was making the advocacy at the medical center, why don't we give the docs in the clinic all the generics they want? They're peanuts. But it was one of those things back to saying, so these are things that we could talk about at the board level. Back to Representative Stringham, that's part of it. It's not just looking at the cost of the unit itself, but utilization is a big part of it. The other side of the coin is it could be a situation where maybe the drug itself, even though it's costly, is bringing down medical cost. So you've got to look at this thing holistically, not look at it myopically.
So the board, to your example, will have the regulatory authority to require data collection and provision to the state to talk about how much they charge and how an individual vial of a particular drug may be utilized?
Yes.
Thank you. So let's are there other questions at the overall program? I want to move into the revenues here. Representative Wallner, no? Okay, so I'm looking at page...
Representative
Yes,
Edwards, if I can
go
draw
ahead.
your attention to something. I passed out a piece of paper. In fairness to DHHS and to Mr. White, he was submitting data to the budget requirement, LBA, based upon an old budget we put together. I think it was the numbers went to fiscal committee many years ago. It seems like many years ago. And in fairness to Mr. White, he didn't have the most recent budget the board had passed the January 3rd. So if you look at the administratively attached, which is section 21G10, which is also in the handout on the slide.
Wait. I don't see a 21G10. I'm lost. I see
It's in the handout I
sort of
handed
an
out to you.
informal handout, and I see the governor's budget. Those are the two documents I'm seeing. Am I supposed to look elsewhere?
I handed one out. It has a cover page with an email from Representative Merchant, and the last page, I believe, is the statute.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. So when you're saying G10, this is a statute.
Correct.
Okay. And what are we looking at the statute?
If you look at the statute, if you look at 21-G:10, 2B,
2C?
B as in boy.
Boy? Okay. All right, so that's the statutory language of what I said earlier, that the commissioner is obligated to simply pass through your budget.
Correct, but the budget that you're looking for on page
Yeah.
1084 was not built upon what the board approved, but what Mr. White had to work from before then.
So what you're saying is, and let me check with Mr. White. So what I'm hearing Representative Merchant say is that for example, the total revenue line ought to be 451,900, and in the budget submitted through the governor's process, it's 346,566, basically 105,000 less. Which do you understand should be the correct number?
When we prepared our
No,
budget,
just which one is correct?
the budget that was just handed out to you, the 451.
Okay, all right. I just want us to be looking at the right thing. Okay, so how do you propose we fix the governor's budget? Or should we be considering just straight adoption in Division 3 of the handed out budget?
So I will be submitting to the committee a series of change requests. Included within that change request series would be this updated budget here.
Okay. So we don't need to take any action presumably until we take action on your budget request proposal, budget change proposal.
Yes, we'll submit a summary document along with the additional detail for the LBA.
Okay. So now, as I understand it, I want to drive through the revenues here. As I understand it, House Ways and Means have never looked at any of the fee structures that are in statute. You've given us a portion of the statute, but you've not given us the portion dealing with fees. And it's my understanding that Ways and Means of the House has never looked at that part of the statute. Is that true?
I think it's a fair statement, yes.
All right. So with that, why don't you walk us through the revenues?
On the revenue side of the equation, per statute, we're required to assess certain entities between $100 and $200 or $500 and $1,000. And in the statute, there's a floor. The ones that are in the $100 bucket, that's the $100 floor. Through rulemaking, which was approved by JELCAR, we put a range in there between 100 and 200. The other bucket, which is the wholesalers and manufacturers and PBMs, there's a floor of $500, and through rulemaking, we made 1,000. That's the range we have to play with. So by statute, we're required to send out an invoice for at least $500. So based upon the numbers the board was able to ascertain, again, we're trying to get as much accurate information about wholesalers and manufacturers and PBMs. And we went to the pharmacy board, and Director Courtney was very kind to try to help us identify who has a pharmacy license or wholesale license, if you will, in the state of New Hampshire. Their database could not pull it. Repeat that. Their database could not pull it. It's all commingled with different entities that we could not assess a fine to. And in order for us to go through it, it's a very manual and labor-intensive process. So we went to state of New Hampshire Medicaid, which is through CMS, to get what they call a labelage number to identify the manufacturers and wholesalers we have in the database. And based upon that data, we assume, which is a bad thing to do, but that's the best we have, that we'd have X number of entities that would fall in each one of the buckets. And based upon that, then we looked at the cost to run the board and took the cost divided by those number of entities and come up with an assessment fee. So the ones that were in the $100, $200 bucket, which is only the insurance carriers, there's 18 of them, were assessed $100. All the other ones were assessed at that point in time $700 based upon our best guess at what's out there as far as the people we would have to assess a fee on.
So what I was looking for is that you're going to impose a fee. I'm going to call them a tax from now on, because as I'm reading the GelCar minutes, their GelCar staff, Kim Reeve, basically said, so in looking at the statute and the legislative history and the rule, the fees might be unconstitutional because they appear not to have a benefit associated with them to the entities paying the fees. They're not fees for licenses. They're not user fees. They aren't a tax on property income. They don't qualify as cost recovery. They appear to be a fee for doing business in New Hampshire, but the legislative history does not talk about the purpose of the fees. It's completely silent. And this was all in response to a UNH professor, Marcus Horn, who had written Ways and Means in 2013, suggesting that the constitutional authority to impose taxes by the legislature was limited. That this fee structure appears to be unconstitutional based on the people who really have spent the most time looking at it. Have I said anything that is factually incorrect?
Yes.
What? Please correct me.
In PH, I think it's 100. Pharmacy board rules require that any manufacturer wholesaler has to be compliant to all applicable state laws that impact what they're doing. So in essence, if the Board of Pharmacy will not provide them a permit because they're not compliant with the Prescription Drug Affordability Board, that in essence is a benefit to the wholesaler as well as the manufacturer. That's different than the PBMs, but the wholesalers and manufacturers, by pharmacy rule, are required to comply with those rules and those laws.
Okay, so summarize. I think you said that the implication of what you said is that although your sheet shows some revenues coming from manufacturers, distributors, PDM, and insurance carriers, although GelCar unanimously viewed these as potentially unconstitutional, you think that there may be an exception to some of these fees being imposed.
And that's where I think having the conversation on House Bill 172 will provide some clarity to it.
So which of those four categories do you think still have a viable?
Wholesalers and manufacturers, or distributors and
I don't
manufacturers.
see wholesalers.
Distributors, sorry.
You see distributors and who else?
And
Nate?
manufacturers. They're required to have a permit by the Board of Pharmacy, and the Board of Pharmacy rule requires them specifically to comply with rules that are related to business in the state of New Hampshire.
So I hate to replow the ground that GelCar has spent months looking at, because this is not the first time that the fee issue came up with them, right? This is at least the second or third time.
We had a meeting with Mike Morrill, and we brought up the issue that with one of the attorneys from GelCar, and there was some hesitation on their side. It was not brought forward during the meeting on Friday. I was told it was going to be perfunctory. Nothing that's going to take a lot of discussion. Unfortunately, it did, and I should have been there, and unfortunately, I wasn't. But that's one of the things that we talked about, is that if you look at the pharmacy rule for the permit, if they don't comply, then in essence, the board cannot give them a permit.
So Representative Bill Hatch, who's a member of GelCar and of the Greater Finance Committee, part of what he said is, I think most of the staff is aware of my concern over fees as they come in, and that they're appropriate because a fee is directly related to the cost of providing a service. If it's not, it's a tax. And with this, my head exploded about 9 times when I saw what was being assessed. No, 10, excuse me. I was in the hospital, so it was okay. There's a little bit of humor. But has there been any attention paid to that? Because the whole thing is just upside down in my mind. So with that, Mr. Ripple, do you have my HB2 on this?
So it's not in the form of a House Bill 2 amendment, but it is an amendment to House Bill 130 from Representative Hunt. That's what you wanted me to hand out.
Yeah, let's hand that out, and I'll explain to people what that is. do you have a question? Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you. Of them, okay. Has any of this gotten off the ground at this point, or is it still zero in the bank and nobody's been hired and no contracts have been let?
It's zero in the bank. At this point in time, all the work is being done by the board is through the volunteer efforts of the board members themselves. There's been no personnel hired, although I will say that the Department of Health and Human Services has been very generous with helping us try to administratively get some of the things done on our behalf.
And when it's up and running, what would the deliverables be that we, as the public, would be able to see? Read.
For the public's point of view, hopefully within the first 24 months of the board is finding out how the transparency, if you will, within the board and bringing back strategies. I would say at this point in time, it's most likely in year 3 or 4 that we can actually come back with some concrete strategies to help the public out. I mean, part of it too is one of the things which is interesting is that, I don't understand, but it's reality. All of our public payers don't use the same PBM. We don't leverage ourselves. It's simple as that. We don't collect, the school departments use their own PBM, the state employees use their PBMs. Why are we breaking a small state and why not learning from each other? That's a simple step going forward. But again, back to your question, we really haven't had the resources to get it up and running.
Okay, so part of the deliverables is the recommendations that the board was making. Would we also be able to see the data behind it that you're collecting, the pricing information that you were talking about, all that?
In the aggregate.
In the aggregate.
Yeah, because manufacturers, and maybe Mr. Stringer, Representative Stringer can help out here, a lot of the data that manufacturers would be sharing with the board is very confidential. And that would have to be retained by the board, but the aggregated data, yes, let's the body could see.
So when you first sat down, you started talking about, I think, insulin.
Yes.
We wouldn't actually see what you just described about insulin. That would not come out of what we would see in the aggregate. I'm just trying to figure out what level you're aggregating. Is that like the whole pharmaceutical industry gets aggregated into a couple of numbers, or is it per drug, or?
It may be by class of drugs, and the information I'm giving to you from Sanofi and from Eli Lilly is from them. It's public data.
Okay.
That's publicly available.
Thank you.
Representative Wallner?
Thank you. I mean, as I'm listening to you, I'm thinking that the state itself, through the Medicaid program, probably purchases a huge share of the amount of prescriptions that are purchased in New Hampshire. And it would seem that this would provide for them a lot of valuable information. Can you maybe expand a little bit on my thinking? Am I correct? Is there
It
things that
is
would be very valuable to public?
to the
health?
state for the Medicaid system, for the state employees, the counties, municipalities, and school districts. It make them, if you basically I'm trying to get to is a educated buyer and understand how they should be going to the marketplace and bring to them a level of knowledge so that they can negotiate on behalf of people in a way that we can reduce the overall cost. And the cost doesn't have to be the unit price. It has to go also with waste, going from one high cost therapeutic to another one. Those are all things that we can work on collectively to bring down the overall cost.
Thank you.
Yep.
Representative Tversky?
Representative Wallner hit my question again about savings to the state. Thanks.
I'm going to let you go first next time. Okay. I think I'm ready to draw attention to the amendment that we just passed out. So let me give you a little context on this amendment. Representative Leishman, also of this Finance Committee, and I submitted 2 House bills that are in commerce. One was HB 130 and the other was HB 172. You've heard a little bit about 172, but HB 130, these 2 bills together, HB 130 was, just kill the PDAB, just kill it. The other one, 172, was kind of a more reasoned approach, saying that this statute is not cooked. Let's hold in abeyance for a couple of years the fee and fine authority of the board so that we can do a good assessment on the level of redundancy that exists and figure out what a best practice might look like for us to move forward. To some extent, Representative Merchant, you're in favor of the part of 172 that doesn't hold the authority of the board in abeyance, but you sound like you're open to an investigation of redundancies and how we might work together based on existing programs and efforts.
I would say anytime the state can work more efficiently, more effectively, we should consider that. But while we're doing that, I would also say the board should continue on its journey and its mission to do what we're supposed to be doing, and that's looking at transparency and reducing overall cost. The other thing too, when you talk about, if I may, Representative Edwards,
Yeah.
about the tax, we had a bill before Health and Human Services to take money from the marriage license.
That's not relevant.
And why is it not relevant?
Because we're working off a testimony from Jail Car saying this particular fee structure is likely to be unconstitutional.
But that goes back to the question that you're raising. So what I'm trying to get to is that when someone pays their license, $43 of the 50 goes to another agency, not to the person.
I don't find that relevant.
Okay.
Okay, so again, we have in testimony the Jail Car unanimous recommendation and the transcript that led to it. House Bill 130 was a repeal of the entire statute, but what Representative Hunt's amendment does is it replaces all of that repeal language with what is before you. What I am proposing is that we take this language and we bring it into HB2. So this is kind of one of our first conversations about this. What it does is it does two things. I'll come to you. What it does, I'm just introducing the idea. What it does is it does two things. It, on line 10 and 11, takes the issue of are the fees unconstitutional or not. It takes the issue of whether or not we're granting a highly autonomous board regulatory authority to demand information from the private sector, and if they don't comply, the power to fine them. It takes all of that out and just says this effort is going to be funded by the general funds. So I think that is pretty simple. And then lines 12 through 20, there was testimony from AARP and from New Futures saying that this was really a great idea and that they'd like to see it funded. So what lines 12 through 20 do is it essentially establishes a dedicated fund so that those interested parties who believe this is a good idea have a vehicle for donating their own money into supporting the budget. So that's what the two things in this amendment do that I would propose putting into HB2. Now, if Representative Hunt is successful in getting 130 out of the Commerce Committee with this amendment and it goes and passes the House, we can always pull it out of HB2 because I don't believe in the belt and suspender thing if you don't need to do that. But so that's my proposal. Representative Wallner, do you have a comment?
You know, I think you just answered it because I wanted to know where 130, I knew it was in Commerce, but I didn't know what its fate had been, whether it was still alive, whether it had been amended, what had happened to it.
Very, very much alive. Representative Hunt, what he's told me is that he's got a handshake deal with his minority partner that if they ever get to the point in Commerce of recognizing that there's a 10-10 split on a bill, they'll retain it. And so he's been thinking that this is likely to be 10-10 on party lines. But what's new is Friday, Jelcar came out unanimously saying that the fees were an issue. And I think that just makes this amendment for Representative Hunt and 130 prescient because it sort of rises to the occasion raised by Jelcar in my view. Go ahead.
So let me ask you this. If this amendment doesn't, if Commerce decides not to accept this amendment, would we then continue to attempt to put it in House Bill 2?
So I think it depends. You know, we is kind of an interesting word when we're talking in committee. But if Commerce ends up hung up on a 10-10 vote and they choose to retain it, I think we still have independent action without being biased by their vote, nor informed, neither biased nor informed by their vote, to push this into HB2 based on our own interpretation of the jail car caution to have the legislature review the fees. So I'm ready to, you know, talk about this and get it. We don't have to vote on HB2 today, but I just don't want to be hiding anything from Division 3. That's my intent, is to eliminate the unconstitutional tax structure that's in current statute and replace it with the general funds to support an approved budget, and to allow the creation of a dedicated fund so that those members of the community who are passionate about this can put their own money into it. So, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I just have a question. Looking at, and you use the word distributors and manufacturers would be the ones that you believe can pay into this. I assume this hasn't started yet, or that no funds have come in yet. Okay, I would just confirm that. And we've also heard that AARP and New Futures think this is a great idea. Is there any feedback from any of the groups that would be paying these fees as to their acceptance, non-acceptance? In my opinion, I'm just looking at it, we talk about buckets. Those look like drops in a bucket for these organizations, what we're talking about here.
During the board meetings and so forth, we did hear from pharma, the pharmaceutical manufacturing company. They were not concerned about the fees at all. What they were concerned about is confidentiality of the information. And we modified the rules to accommodate their concerns over the confidentiality. That was addressed, but we have not heard from pharma and the manufacturers or from distributors. The only ones we've heard from is the insurance companies.
And just to follow up on that, and you said that their share is $100
Correct.
to $200.
Correct. And there's only 18 of them.
Thank you.
But then there are others that are paying 500. So it's
Yep.
tiered. Representative Wallner.
So you've seen the amendment. I don't know if you'd seen the amendment before we came today.
Yes, I have.
And can you give me an idea of how the board would feel about this amendment? What would the board think about this?
I can't speak for the board because we didn't talk about it at the board collectively. I would say based upon this information, there may be some reluctance on the board. Part of it is inside of here is not trying to pin it down, but if we're looking for the general fund to fund it, there's nothing in here requires any dollars. So every single year we go through a budget cycle. We're constantly going through a process and trying to understand, do we have any money to do the job or not? Because there's nothing in here that specifies it's going to be $250,000, $500,000. If you want to put $500,000 in there and it stays that way, I think the board would probably live with it. But right now, there's nothing in this amendment that addresses that issue.
Doesn't the part that says you can raise it? No, you're right. The part that says you can raise 125% of your approved budget would be stricken by this bill. Yeah. But the problem you just said, that you would have to worry from budget to budget how much money you're going to get. You just described our entire state budget. Every department, what makes this department exceptional to the point where we should permit a probably unconstitutional, I mean, the industry doesn't care about whether something's constitutional or not. That's our job. If this is an unconstitutional tax, why should this board be held out as something special and unique?
The comment about the unconstitutionality of the tax versus the fee was never raised by the pharma, was never raised by the wholesalers, distributors. The only entities that raised the issue with the insurance carriers. So,
Well, in the legislature.
in the legislature,
And the legislature is I don't mean to argue with you, but I withdraw that. Sorry. Representative Wallner?
So this bill passed in
2020.
2020. And at that time, was there any discussion about the fee and unconstitutionality of it?
No, matter of fact, if I may take a second, Representative Wallner, it never was discussed. Even a jail car came in literally at the 11th hour, 59th minute, 15 minutes before the jail car meeting. That's when and that had been around since 2013.
So as we mentioned earlier in the legislative history, this bill has never been to Ways and Means. And Ways and Means is typically the subject matter expert on the constitutionality of taxes and fees. That's sort of their jurisdiction. So this statute has bypassed subject matter experts in Ways and Means and in finance in previous years. So that's kind of one of the issues that Representative Leishman and I have had when this first came in front of the Fiscal Committee in January of last year. So,
Representative Edwards, again, with House Bill 130, I would make the strong recommendation that we pull it into House Bill 172 and talk about this issue collectively and not try to do it piecemeal, that we look at various issues that stakeholders have raised and we do it in a sense of holding stakeholder community, because to deal with one piece of it versus somebody else, I think the legislative body would be better off if we all come together collectively and talk about the respective issues and how we can resolve it with a bill versus trying to go back time and time again to fix something because we didn't take the time on the front end to do it correctly.
So both 130 and 172 belong to Representative Hunt and his committee. So Division 3 and Finance can only do with what we have in front of us. And that's why I think this language that Commerce is going to consider for this amendment is great material for HB2. But that's my perspective. So rather than taking any kind of a straw vote on that, and because this is the first time that several of the members have seen it, I'm just going to leave it with you because we'll have time to discuss it when we talk about HB2 more in the future. But I just want you to know that I want to end the possibility of an unconstitutional tax, and I want to end the authority of this board to autonomously issue fines if they don't get the information they want and the time that they want from the private sector. That is an extreme authority that I think is too onerous to leave in an independent board's hands. They need to be accountable. All right, so let's start getting into your budget. I think you want to hire two people. I think you want to hire an executive director at a base salary of $118,000, and you want to hire an administrative assistant for over $45,000. Is that correct?
And that's correct.
Okay, so Mr. White, and the budget proposal that the change proposal you would submit, I see on page 1085. Unclassified positions, I see one. Would the change proposal reflecting this have 1 and 1 for a total of 2?
Essentially, we'd have to create a class 10 for the classified
Is that a
administrative
yes?
assistant employee. Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, so Representative Merchant, the total of all the payroll lines is $242,000. It's nearly $250,000. Do you want to explain what these folks would be doing that adds $250,000 of value to the taxpayer?
Yes. The executive director's responsibility is to work with all the other state agencies, as I mentioned before, is how to weave it together, to take the various resources we have within the state so we don't have redundancy, that we can actually at that point in time leverage what we do have. So the executive director is going to be responsible for being the liaison to all the other state agencies to find out where we can benefit collectively so we don't have, again, back to that word redundancy, that we try to minimize that. Number two is also working with other folks at other PDAS throughout the country, try to knowledge share, learn themselves, because they're the ones going to be really tasked with understanding the black box. It's a lot of research, a lot of understanding. The administrative person is not so much there to help them, but help coordinate the things like, are we getting the license fees? Are we getting the registrations in on time? Are we getting things, the data requested by the board, is it coming forward? Is the advisory council up and setting? Is it up and running? I mean, it's administratively helping them so we don't pay somebody who's an executive director to do administrative work. Their role really is to be the captain of the ship and work with all the other facets of our state government along with the industry itself to begin to become more knowledgeable about the black box and bring transparency to it.
So if you had this money on 1 July, and given the workforce issues in the state, what do you think it would take for you to get these people identified and hired? When would you need to start paying them?
Wishful thinking would be that we'd have somebody on board July 1. The reality is most likely not. The individual that we're looking for and the unique knowledge that they would require wouldn't be until sometime into the fall.
See, I'm not a lawyer, but I don't even know if you can post a position until it's been approved. And this budget in the earliest is going to be approved sometime in June. So do you think you could have it posted that quickly in July 1?
That's a good question.
That's the question. Do you think you could really have
I
it
don't know.
posted if
I don't know.
all right, so there's probably a higher lag in here.
Most likely it's going to be some degree of higher lag in there, yes.
Okay, so the contract services, 133.5. What is that for? Is that one contract or multiple contracts?
It's predominantly one contract. We reached out, again, it has to go through an RFP. It has to go through GNC. So it's going to be a process. We're looking to reach out to the University of New Hampshire. They're doing work now with the Department of Health and Human Services to analyze some of the data. So we're trying to see if we can build off from that contract without having to create another one. But again, it has to go through the RFP process. So the contract service is looking at helping us develop a methodology. So once we begin to understand what's in the black box, is then how do you start developing a methodology to develop the strategies? And the methodology we create, because it's going to be scrutinized, it has to be able to withstand the scrutiny of people and entities looking at it. So if we set a spending target, it has to be built upon sound information, sound process, and that's where you need to bring consultants in who have the knowledge in this space to do it and help the board out. It's not to do so much the data analysis, but help us understanding how do we use the data to develop the targets that we have to set within the statute.
So is there a deliverable, or is the deliverable in this case advice and a support and basically an extension of the subject matter expertise of the two people?
The deliverable, one of the deliverables is helping us define a methodology to create a spending target. Because that's in the statute, is we have to be able to go to different public payers and saying, we think this is a reasonable spending target.
So would that work wait until your cooperation with the other state agencies took place and we figured out what the redundancies were? I mean, are you ready to say today that that's what you need in that deliverable?
I would say I need to hire somebody to help us understand it, because right now we're at the mercy of volunteers and we don't have the time to really get into it.
Okay.
We put something into the budget because we do realize that we have to have contracts with people to be able to do the.
Okay, legal services in year one. What kind of legal services are you thinking?
Well, I put that in because I wasn't sure about the department of, as far as DHHS and MOU, is do we have to reimburse? Maybe we don't. Back to the AG's office. The AG's office is the attorney that helps support us. So do we as an entity, like we do the Department of Health and Human Services, do we have to pay back to the AG's office for the legal services we use for them?
So let's say you do, and that if you needed to, this is a fine place for it. But what legal service do you anticipate in year one?
When we go through rulemaking like we did last time, is helping us understand we do rulemaking, is guide us from a legal point of view, because that's what the
So
attorneys are.
this is jail car basically helping you navigate jail car?
Could be jail cards, helping us navigate the MOU with the Department of Health and Human Services, navigating any contract we have, say, for the University of New Hampshire. So there's the business side of the equation, but there's the legal side of the equation. So you have a contract, you have to have a contract based upon the business principles, but you have to also have an attorney look at it from a legal protection point of view.
Okay, subscriptions, $10,000.
That is for the, what they call Medispan. It's a database, Medispan?
Metaspan. Okay,
It's a database.
okay. Who do you rent that from? And do you know 10,000 is the right number?
Based upon what we heard from the Department of Health and Human Services and people within the department, that's what they advised us to put
All
in
right, would you spell that? M?
there. MEDI
I'm dyslexic. Are you getting it?
SPAN. It's one of, it's a way for us to go into public data to find out what is out there for pricing and so forth to help guide the board when it's doing its work.
Okay, you got 50,000 for DHHS.
I'll let Mr. White speak to that one.
MOU. Do you want to speak to that, Mr. White?
Absolutely. In RSA 21G10, it indicates that when the department provides support and services to any administratively attached board, we use a cost allocation system. We base this number based on prior experience with other administratively attached boards based on the level of service need that we were projecting.
In that case, should that 10,000 legal services be included in that MOU number?
I wasn't involved in the development of this budget, so I think I need to have an offline conversation to understand what assumptions were made there.
Okay, so you'll have that assumption clarified when you do your change request?
Correct.
Okay. Was there in the governor's budget there was travel money? I don't see travel money here. I see an education/conference for 4,000. Oh, wait a second. Where's that? What page is that? Where do you see?
The one that was submitted,
Oh, I skipped over it. It's
That-
only $1,000.
we
That's why I
reduced
did
it from
that.
25,000 down to
No
1,000.
problem. I see it. That was my error. Education conference, what's that?
If that's basically for somebody to either continue their education, they could be going to a conference, knowledge sharing. Professionals have a
But there's
requirement.
not an identified conference. Like,
No, I'd leave it up to the
okay.
individual that's hired to decide which one they should be going to and not try to micromanage it.
Okay, so I think I understand your revenue and your expenses. Are there any questions on the very first budget proposal presented by the PDAB? Representative Mooney?
Thank you very much, and thank you for being here. I have not, and I'm not familiar with RSA 126-BB:2, but are there reporting requirements from your board, and if so, how frequent?
There are not per se reporting requirements that you're probably thinking about. What we are required to do is set annually a spending target, which in essence is a report. So we have to, at that point in time, for the public payers, give them a target and saying, this is what we think is reasonable for you to be spending. So that's required in the statute. But one of the other things that came out when we talk about House Bill 172, I think to your point, Representative Mooney, is that the Department of Health and Human Services Oversight Committee is probably the board should go back to that committee and provide some updates to the to that oversight committee, whether it be done annually or every 6 months. I mean, it's up for discussion with the legislative body what they want to hear from the board.
So I'm curious on page 20, no, that's 19 of the commissioner's slide deck. The last bullet, the purpose of the board is to identify. I'm just curious who the author of that paragraph is. Is that in statute or is that ad hoc?
I believe that was based off of what was in statute. I don't think yes, based on statute.
So this, if I went to the statute, this is a quote? Or somebody took the statute and wrote this freehand?
It is partly a quote. What you'll see within the parentheses there, any division, state, county, or otherwise, that section is not a direct citation of 126 BB5 Roman 1A, but the remainder of that statement is.
Who wrote it? Who wrote this then?
This was prepared by my team.
By your team?
Yes.
Okay. So why would they add words to the statute that didn't exist?
I'm assuming what they were doing, and I can verify this in a second, was using the public payer definition from 126 BB1 Roman 6, and they inserted the public payer definition there.
Okay. All right. Well, so those are my questions. Before we finish this, are there any questions from the committee? Representative Wallner?
I just have one for Representative Merchant. What kind of qualifications are you looking for in the director?
The qualifications has to be at least a master's degree, preferably some with their doctorates. Somebody has worked in the pharmacy supply chain, who's knowledgeable in the space. The one who's running the Maryland board is both an attorney and a pharmacist. So the qualifications that we're looking for are relatively high. So it's both not just the educational side of the equation, which is going to be important, but more importantly, the knowledge they have of the pharmacy supply chain, so we don't start from scratch, that they can basically hit the ground running.
Thank you.
Okay. You got parting words for us? Because we're about to wrap on this for now.
I just want to thank the committee for your time. If you have any questions about the board or anything to do with the budget and so forth, by all means, feel free to call me. I think the mission of the board is something we should embrace. We may have a discussion about how to get there, but I think overall what I've heard time and time again from most stakeholders as well as most legislators is the intent and the mission of the board is something we want to support.
All right. With that, we're going to adjourn the Division 3 work session on the department. And we're about to go into a joint session with Division 1 to discuss HB 49. So this would be a good time to take a quick break while Division 1 shuffles in.